Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, if you all just, I don't know, we're gonna call the meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please remain standing for a moment of silence for Elwood M. Johnson Sr., father of our police chief. He was a 25-year state trooper and a member of the Hope Valley Fire Department. He passed away over this last weekend. Thank you. All right. Up first on our agenda, start with some happy news. We have a proclamation to honor a Girl Scout Gold Award recipient, Abigail Rogers. Can I have a motion to approve our proclamation, please?
Motion to approve the proclamation honoring Abigail Rogers. Second.
All right. We'll go for a roll call vote. Councilor Colafanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yeah.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And myself, yes. I'll take a moment just to read it. It's a dedication to honor Girl Scout Gold Award recipient Abigail Rogers. Whereas, since 1916, the Gold Award has stood for excellence and leadership for girls everywhere. And whereas the Gold Award is the highest award in Girl Scouting. And whereas Abigail Rogers of Troop 1288 has demonstrated leadership by taking charge and effecting change locally, nationally, and worldwide through sustainable take action projects, specifically for beautifying the Gilbert Stuart Museum. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the members of the Town Council of the Town of Richmond hereby recognize Abigail Rogers for the service and dedication she provided to the community and achieving Girl Scout Award. Let it further be resolved that this proclamation shall become a permanent part of the official record of the Town Council of the Town of Richmond. All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Do you want to go right in front of the council like the last time? Yeah. It kind of worked out nicely because then the whole council gets in on it. I don't like it when we're over in the corner.
Thank you.
Do you want a picture with your family as well?
Sure.
Oh, Erin, did we get yours?
One more. 2 seconds.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Now, Karen.
Smile, man.
Here we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you, Chief.
There are now 3 seats available in the front row.
Just in time, Doug. Now we'll have we're moving on to our public hearings. First, we have discussion consideration of a proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. Can we have a motion?
Madam President, move to open public hearing.
Second.
All right, we'll go for a vote. Councilor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Our public hearing's open. I'm going to turn it over to our town administrator for a few little updates and we'll go from there.
So there wasn't much adjustment from our last public hearing. On the municipal side, we did incorporate in this budget Mark's suggestion and moving the 3% staff members that were getting the 3% raise to 2.5 is about a $5,200 reduction. So that is incorporated in tonight's budget. We did pull some preliminary figures on electricity at the police station. We do believe that the meter we had was previously not reading, and now the meter readings are more in line with town hall. So I wouldn't adjust that more than a couple thousand. However, as we continue to review tonight, those aren't items that are going to really move the mill rate. So you might want to be conscious of that because we haven't hit our highest usage cycle this summer, which is a higher cycle for the police station. So other than that, the budget stands as is from the previous budget hearing.
Awesome. Do we have any counselor questions? Sure, go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So the administrator and finance director provided me with utility numbers because I requested it at the last meeting. And I did a little math. I'm not going to bore the public with it. But essentially looking at some metrics based on usage and residential usage and what happens in the summer, I agree with the town administrator. And in fact, since they're predicting an El Nino year, which means really hot summers in Rhode Island. It's likely that we might even exceed our budget of $24,000. So I'm convinced that we shouldn't change it and let it ride.
Sounds good. Any other counselor comments?
Madam President,
Sure.
yeah, Counselor Reynolds suggested reducing the public works from 3% to 2.5% to kind of get it a little more in line to the town hall employees. But I always like to kind of compare apples to apples. The public works folks, they work 40 hours a week. Town hall works 30 hours a week. 30 hours a week and they get full-time, they get full benefits. So when I look at the public works working 40 hours a week and they're up, the wee hours of the morning, especially this past winter, I mean, they really did a great job. And I know there's something on the agenda from the governor, giving them a big pat on the back saying what a great job. And I gotta tell you, our town did a superb job because when I traveled the state, Johnston, Warwick, Cranston, I mean, they were a mess and our roads were clear. So they did a dynamite job. But, the bottom line is comparing apples to apples here. It's kind of hard to do that because I'm going to end it. Our public works folks, they work 40 hours a week. They're out in their trucks. I see them go by my place all the time. They're working out there in 80, 85-degree weather. There's no air conditioning. And I just feel that for them to take that on the chin, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's comparing apples to apples. That's my humble opinion
Thank you.
on that.
Go ahead, Counselor Reynolds.
So just quick response. The reason for proposing that is everybody's taking it on the chin. And I felt that, everyone needed to chip in. And this is not a reflection on the job that they do or the hours that they work or the conditions that they work under. But our town hall employees are getting a 2% increase. DPW and others will be getting 2.5%, so they're still getting more than everybody else. But I think, like I said, everyone needs to chip in, and it's just the reflection of the situation that, and that's why I made the suggestion.
Awesome, thank you. All right, we'll go to public comment on the budget. Do we have anybody here to talk on the budget? Sure, go ahead, sir. Just please state your name for the record when you get to the podium.
Bob Cardoza. What's the ramifications if this loses at the referendum?
For our charter, we would need to go back to level funding of the last year.
Would that include?
No, it would not. He asked if it would include education.
Okay,
No, we're municipal only. The school has passed.
Yeah. thank you.
Any other questions from the public? Excuse me, I can't talk tonight. Public, go ahead. Please state your name for the record.
Ellen Sheehan, Richmond. I don't have a suggestion for the budget except to say, I think over the next few months, the council really needs to look at what we're going to do with Charahoe. We have absolutely no control over them. So maybe we should think about seeing how many of our children we could send out of town and pay for them. We pay 16,000 instead of 23,000. If we do that with 100 kids, we'd be saving a lot of money in the end. So I don't know what the answer is, but we do need to think outside the box because we have no control over what they're doing and they just give us the bill and say, we don't care. So I really think we have to some kind of creative answers to this.
Thank you. Any other questions or concerns on the municipal budget for 26-27? Or it goes to a vote. Anybody online? Nope. Sure, go ahead, Councilor
President.
Constantine.
We're taking $1 million out of a fund balance to keep the tax increase to something that when people open their new tax bill come July, they're not going to have a heart attack. But with that being said, next year, and I made the comment that poor folks that are going to be sitting here after November's election, not only are they going to have to take another $1 million out of the fund balance, but they're also going to need to take another $1 million on top of that. So our fund balance is going to get pretty low. And then when you're looking at how tied the school is to what we pay in this town, if the Blue Ribbon Committee gets their way, we're gonna lose 7.7 million for reimbursement to Charahoe. Richmond's share of that would be 2.5 million, maybe a little bit more. So there goes another $2.5 million if that comes to fruition from our fund balance. And when people start opening up their tax bills next year and they're seeing possibly a $600, $700, $800 increase to their taxes, I think then that's gonna be kind of like a big eye opener to a lot of people. I think you'll probably see this town hall packed. We're gonna be in a very, very precarious situation in the next couple of years in this town. And it's something that, believe me, I don't wanna be a doomsayer. I'm just kind of giving people a little bit of heads up as to what's gonna happen. So we have money going out. We have to now concentrate on bringing money in to kind of offset the tax burden to the homeowner. And it's not something that we should have started this years ago. But with that being said, just watch your tax bills because that's gonna say it all right there.
Thank you. Aaron, just to clarify, with the change for the raises, we're now on the municipal side looking at a decrease of $5,000. I know I'd also asked you this offline, so since we're doing less than level funding, we can't save funds by avoiding buying ballots and doing an election, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, the charter requires that the electors of the town approve a budget, whether it's a reduced budget, whether it's a level funded budget, the voters get a say in the budget.
Which is great.
Mhm.
Just looking to save where we can, I suppose. Do we have any, I think I saw Councilor Reynolds' hand and then I saw
Yeah.
Councilor Madnick.
Marcus first.
I just had a couple of, I was going through this again, and I just have a couple of questions, and I apologize if we addressed these the first time through, but I was trying to, again, pick out lines that were, more than a few thousand. So one of them is DPW overtime. That's projected to increase by over 8,500. What's the basis for that?
So with the reduction of the staff member, we incorporated the overtime into budget. There'll be some
Overtime is
overtime.
based on rates,
Yeah.
so it would increase with the.
And that
rates.
as well.
Well, understood, but it's more than a 2.5% increase, so.
Correct. So we
You're
built in.
budgeting more overtime because you're losing a CDL driver?
Yes,
I thought we were making up for that with the seasonal.
we
hire.
will with the seasonal, but on the other time of year that we don't have, such as windstorms and stuff. I mean, I don't know, it's hard to predict when we would have that, but we did build in a little cushion for that during the non-seasonal time. So when they get called in to run transfer station operations, those type of items. Windstorm.
All right, Councilor Madnick.
I'm not done.
Oh, go ahead.
Another line, and I don't know if it's chief or someone from the police department here. Maybe you guys can answer. So, and this may have been mentioned last time. So the maintenance on the police building is up 8,000. Is there a specific project list that they have that
Yes.
adds up to that? Okay.
That is the senior center.
Okay.
Majority of that is the senior center projects
Okay.
upstairs. Yeah,
All right.
because they share that line item.
All right. And the last thing that I noticed, Danielle, is we're estimating lower revenue from the corporation tax by
Yeah.
12,000.
But we were told by, the governor's, what he's already put in, it was gonna be less.
So maybe I
That
don't
comes
understand.
from state aid. That
That's
comes from
state
the
aid. That's the,
It's not actually state aid, but it comes from the state aid now.
right. So that's not a tax that we collect. It's
That we don't personally collect it, they do, and give it to us.
okay. And there's
And it will increase this year.
But you don't know why, they just told
No,
you it's gonna be
That's what
less.
they tell us.
Everything?
Yeah.
All right, Counselor Madnick, you're up.
Oh, do we have an answer from Hopkinton on the transfer station?
No, there are, I've had conversations with Town Administrator Rosso. They're not super excited about it, and I said you could come back to us, and they're meeting tonight, so I expect that they'll have that conversation on tonight's agenda.
Gonna be fish or cut bait time, but
That be the direction we take.
Dan.
Counselor Madnick?
All right, so just, I wanted to just hop on Council Colasante's comments for a moment. Danielle, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Using the $1 million fund balance, what will be the percent of our fund balance left over? Looking at the sheet, there's two numbers. There's a 16.29, there's a 15%.
Yeah, we have to stay at least 15%. That's what that 4 million is. The 16% is what we will be using the million.
Okay, so after we spend the million, we'll be at 16.29% for our fund balance.
Yes,
Right around where we should be
that's where.
as a community. All right, so in fiscal year 25-26, which was the last budget, the budget we're currently sitting in now, the town spent almost $526,000 out of its fund balance. This year, we've increased it to about $1 million to stay below the tax levy. One of the discussions that we've had previously is so fund balances for two things. One, it's leftover funds that are sitting in our account that we can use for one-time expenses, at least the way I look at it. That's the proper way to spend it. It is taxpayer money that wasn't used in the prior budget year for some other reason. The second reason we have a fund balance is for cash flow. We have quite a bit of bills that we have to pay on an ongoing basis to Charahoe and for our own town, but we only collect tax revenue quarterly. So we need to have enough money in the bank to actually pay the bills. So that's a cash flow problem. We all have that issue for our own budgets. We are spending, I believe it's almost $600,000 on capital improvements this year. So if you look at that fund balance, say, all right, one-time expenses for capital improvements, $600,000 going towards it. So let's say next year we find ourselves in financial hole. We just don't spend the money on capital improvements. 300,000 of that this year is for road improvements, we'll discuss later tonight. So using leftover money, as long as we stay above the 15% minimum, is financially responsible. It's fiscally responsible for a community. Now, where we get ourselves into a little bit of trouble, Councilor Colasanti pointed this out rightfully, is we were using about $400,000 to fill some holes in our yearly operational expenses. We don't have additional revenue next year, one way or another. And if the school budget continues to go up at the amount that went up this year, we are going to have an issue, and we will have to face that head on. There's an opportunity with the capital improvement projects that we don't fund it. And if everything's the same next year, I think we'll be okay. But we'll have to see what the projections are. We get our state aid restored that we lost this year, at least the current governor's budget. We may not need to be in the hole. Maybe $90,000, I think, is the estimate. Or if we get it back, the council can make a decision on what we want to do with it. I mean, we could put it into roads. Everyone knows we need road work. So we have a decision to make if and when that comes. I just want to explain a little more data about the fund balance and why, yeah, this is a tough year, but we'll have some flexibility going into next year. So we're not putting ourselves in a huge hole because we still have 3% in exceeding our minimum going into this fiscal year.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So all members, Counselor Palmashana.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. All of us know this. We are responsible for reviewing the municipal budget. The school committee, the school budget is a line item on our budget. As a community, we were all given a chance to vote on the school budget. We had a chance to vote yes or no, depending on what everyone's individual situation was. I need not remind everyone that that did pass. So the community supported the budget for the school. Now that comes to us to figure out how to move forward. I think what we have an effect on, we have representation from Richmond who sit on the school committee. And I think it's important that when we look at those school committee members, we want school committee members who are going to show up when it's time to vote on a budget. We want school committee members who are going to take action decisively. And we want school committee members who are going to be responsible. I think we all have an opinion on whether we've seen that or not, but that's how we can affect positive change. We, as you know, went through every single line on this budget. And I don't need to remind the thing that former Councilor Sheehan and I have in common is that we both live, I believe, on the highest assessed increase neighborhood in Richmond. So I am acutely aware of the pain that one feels with this budget. And we try, we do our best. It's all we can do. And we get input from all of you, which we appreciate, and we try to affect positive change. But I think if you have identified a problem, let's work on suggested solutions together on how we can move forward and fix this together. Thank you.
Thank you. So all members of council have spoken on it. So this is a public hearing. I know people came in last minute, so I'll do one last call for public comment. Sure. When you get to the podium, please state your name.
Douglas Delorier, Town of Richmond. I just want to thank everyone for their work putting together this budget. I support it. And as a question, Madam President, as questioned earlier, if this was voted no on, it would be level funded, which with the proposed budget would actually increase municipal funding.
We could do that, or we could lower it. It would be a council decision at that point. It would come back to us to what we do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you. I think one of the terms that you and I served together, the budget failed and we did level fund it and then it didn't have to go out to a second vote. But sure, go ahead, Councilor Calzati.
I agree with Deanne. I think everybody's pretty much all on the same page here with this. I just think how we're going to get there could be a little bit different. But just to put it simply, it's like your expenses at home. Your expenses are exceeding your income. And you have to dip into your savings, your investments, and you keep whittling away at your investments every year to pay for your mortgage, your car payments, all right, because you decided to buy the bigger, fancier car. Maybe sending your kids to private school, you know, whatever the scenario may be. But you're going to be in a pickle in a few years if you keep dipping into your savings to pay for your household expenses. And just like the town, we're kind of in a pickle where we're going to keep dipping into that fund balance. And as far as I'm concerned, there's always been a little bit too much money in the fund balance. I always kind of said that it's pre-taxing people on tax money they didn't need. Because when you look at the percentage that the town should have in the fund balance, it's 15 or 16% of the current budget. Not an accumulation of 10 years worth of budget. But the fund balance should be, well, 1 year's budget. So if our municipal budget is $10 million, we should have 15, 16% of 10 million. So it's like maybe, thank God in a way, we've pre-taxed people on tax money we haven't needed because we're going to need it in the next few years.
Thank you. We usually let members of the public speak once on an item. So I know you came up before, but you have your hand up again. But you were brief, so I'll let you go again. But Mr. Cardoza, did you have your hand up
Yeah.
on the budget?
Is that all right? Or-
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
I know that we have a full house tonight and,
I get it. The one thing.
Many
I
people may
heard
not be aware we
everybody's
do that.
speech, and I think it's wonderful, but nobody's mentioned anything about revenue sources.
Mhm.
A lot of the other communities have speed cameras, which bring in quite a lot of money. We don't. And that's a pretty good revenue source that doesn't really have a cost in it. And I think it's something we should be looking at.
so yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that is.
All right. Anybody else from the public or online? We have a motion to close our public hearing, please.
Go move.
Second.
For our roll call vote, Councilor Calzante,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Sorry, Town Administrator, do you have something you want to add?
I just wanted to close. I wanted to thank staff.
Oh,
for
yes.
Really hard work on this budget. Our operational expenses that were reduced last year were not brought back. They stayed flat level, and the town took some significant, decreases in this to offset the burden of taxpayers. So I really want to thank staff for the work on this budget. Danielle, specifically. And this was not an easy budget, and certainly the council working through this budget. This was not an easy budget for the town. So I just want to
Yeah.
thank them for that.
Definitely echo. Thank you, our staff, everybody who worked on it. Do we have a motion for an action on our proposed budget?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adopt the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27.
Second.
Do we need to at least state what the figure is? Shouldn't we?
Which
Think-
figure?
The, yeah.
Yeah, as I say, as per proposed budget.
Yeah,
Say the figure once. Oh, we can amend.
I'm comfortable with it as is.
Just clarify. Hold on.
Because we made no edits tonight, correct?
So what's attached to this agenda includes the recommendation of the 3%. So as proposed for today should be.
Well, I'll just state it for, I'll just add to the end of the motion, the proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27 of, including education, $31,459,952.
Perfect, thank you. So we did have a motion, we have our second. Any further council discussion before we go for our vote? All right, seeing none, we'll go for, oh, did you have something, Counselor?
Yeah, just real quick. I came into this on the 11th hour, filling the seat from Jeff Dinsmore that resigned. If I knew what, I won't be so dramatic and say dire straits that the town is in. I think I would have been a little bit more of an advocate of getting the Charahoe budget under control, because 80% of our money goes to Charahoe. And, you know, when you look at, you know, we have to make the sacrifices here, but they made no sacrifices over there. And on the health insurance, just to give you one example, they're only paying $600-700 a year for the health insurance. That's unheard of. And that's a family plan. But our people on our end have to take it on the chin. But over there on Switch Road, over a $70 million budget, it's always a bare bones budget. I don't buy that. But if I knew that we were in dire straits here in this end, I would have been a little bit more of an advocate of seeing what they could really reduce there on the Charahoe end to kind of soften the blow for us, and especially over the next 2 to 3 years, folks. So I'm gonna have to abstain from this vote.
All right, perfect. I was gonna go into our roll call vote, but that covers Counselor Colasanti, Extension, Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Okay, now we have our budget question, our ballot question for the budget.
President,
Yes.
if I may just ask the audience, if there's spaces, please raise your hand so these gentlemen might be able to sit down if there's any room in there.
I don't think there is. Oh, there
Just
is.
bring them there.
Thank you.
can Sit down in the back. Okay, thank you. Let me make sure.
Do we have more chairs? Because I know sometimes there's more near the podium. They're usually a little more even. All right, I think our town planner went to go find one, so we will move forward with the ballot question, and thank you for calling that out. Going back, I can see her coming. All right, so we have our proposed ballot question.
Yes, so I believe now that I believe this is our fourth
Believe so.
all-day referendum, and we've had a few different versions, but this has seemed to work, I believe, the best. It more aligns with what the voters are familiar with the Charahoe, and it, very simple. So shall the Richmond municipal budget for 26-27 as adopted by the town council be approved? It's a simple yes.
I like it. It seems to work. Any other councilor feedback, or can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the ballot question as presented by the town administrator.
Second.
All right, go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti,
Same.
Badnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. Awesome. We've handled all our business there, so now we're going on to a request of 1163 Main Street. Is our presenter here yet? I believe he's in transit from another meeting, so we just continue along the agenda, or should we get a formal motion to postpone that till?
I think you could bump to 3.
All right, then we'll go back to 2 at the end of the public hearings if he's here. So we'll go on to number 3. Discussion consideration of amendments to the Richmond Town Code of Ordinances, hawkers, peddlers, and door-to-door salesperson. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing here, please?
So moved.
Second,
Go for a roll call vote. Counselor Calasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. We've had a lot of discussion on this, but do we have any new council questions or concerns or things we want to address before we go to the public?
Just one thing, I think we do need to, it'll be part of our process to determine the fine. That's something that we need to discuss. Also, just wanted to add in, there were quite a few emails from constituents. One question was just as far as this process, if the if someone did complain about someone coming to their door, are the police aware about having the list of those people who have gone through the legal process of getting a permit from the town? And yes, they are informed that list is given to the police. So should they call with any concern, the police would be aware that that is available. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Awesome. I had a question about the opt-out list. Just to clarify, if one person in a home opts out, does that then opt out the entire home?
Yes.
Can we find a way to make that a little more clear? I don't know if I saw it in the ordinance itself.
It's by address, so.
Okay,
Right.
if it's by address,
We can make that clear. So I did want to say, we needed to determine if you guys were going to implement a no-knock registry, to then you guys will have a full draft of door-to-door sales in the current version that incorporates this language with the updated fees we discussed last time, and then any surcharges, should you go in that direction. Because if you look at the mock-up of Title 520, I'm not sure, I want to make sure that this language merges with the other updates we were going to make and go back. Not that it would, should this be approved tonight, it would be implemented, but a cleaner version needs to come back for you.
okay. Yeah, I think it does.
Madam President?
Sure, go ahead.
So the people would have to notify the town, the resident, that they don't want to be basically.
Correct.
Not. So then that's the address
And the listing would be provided to,
to the person.
right, but if it's a 1-year license, how often they update it, should you decide a license is granted in July, should you decide in August to opt into this no-knock registry? I don't know how many times.
I thought we had discussed quarterly. Yeah, we had discussed
Right.
quarterly, providing an update.
I just want to make sure that
It's not.
it's not, so we'll have to.
I mean, that, it doesn't need to be in the ordinance, so that can be administratively done.
We can just amend it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, when we close the public hearing, we'll make those kind of amendments. Go ahead.
To expound on Jim with the fines, to be fair to the Walker, if the mailbox of the house isn't numbered correctly, or there is no number, then as far as I'm concerned, they're not liable for any fine. Because, we've all walked, during the political season. And when you got a house that's a 300-foot driveway and they may have a PO box, how do you know that they don't want to be bothered by a hawker, until they get to the door, and then they're going to call and complain to the town. So I think if the people do that, they don't want to be bothered. I think there has to be a list of things that they have to do in order to prevent the hawker from bothering them. Making sure that if their driveway is 300 feet deep, they have to make sure that their houses right in the front is posted with the number. So people know, because I hate to see somebody get fined multiple times and poor person, whether it be whoever it is.
Counselor Palasanti?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Palmigano?
Palmigano.
I know your name.
Nothing less. These are valid concerns, and I think one of the things we put into this was that the town administrator has the right of refusal on waiving the first violation, because we want to make sure that maybe someone's not aware of the process, or if there's a mistake that's made, that Erin can waive that. but as far as signage, I mean, you know, if you've ever ordered anything from Amazon or you get anything from the postal service, your number should be pretty clear. And if it's not, you're gonna hear from the postal service about that, pretty quick. But we tried to put in those, pieces in this to, you know, allow for gray area, right? There's a lot of times where you might be a landscaper and you might do some yard work at one house and you just think, oh, that neighbor saw me doing it, I'll go over and speak to them. That landscaper might not realize that that is a door-to-door activity and then someone would call. We want to make sure that they're educated first before they're fined. So the administrator would have the ability to belay that fine, right? It's not about finding ways to punish people. It's just about trying to drive the right behavior and protecting the rights of the people of the town. I have letters from a constituent who said they have a no solicitation sign. They have their numbers posted and repeatedly they have people
Okay.
soliciting, still getting it. So, and I personally don't feel that the burden should be on the taxpayers of this town to go out and buy or put up another sign to protect their rights of privacy. I think I'm, with the exception, I don't know if you did, but I think I'm the only council person that actually did door-to-door sales in their life, and has
Does Girl
done.
Scout cookies count?
That counts, that counts. Abby would kill me if I said it didn't.
Good.
But
Steve Morgan's is because of you.
yeah, well, I mean, it's,
Because a little history, I pushed him to do it after we rejected a couple licenses. I said, this is not the licenses declined. I said, if we want to change the ordinance, we need to have the ordinance changed. And I thought, you know,
Yeah,
get enough
it's-
culture behind it to do it.
yeah, it's gone through a lot of evolution in the sense, and I've had my own experience in sales, you know, face to face, telesales, everything. And I understand the business model of door to door is predicated on the fact that if I'm in front of you and I'm pitching to you, there's more of a chance I can get you to say yes, right? That's why they do it. That's why they, you know, they have such a small success rate, but it is worth their time to pay somebody a smaller wage to go and do this. When I researched this, some of the companies, this isn't targeted to any particular company, but I did research on the World Wide Web, which we have obviously, to find out. And no sooner did I do that, and then it started showing up in my feed, right? There are ways that we can proactively find the retail services or services that we want, and many other ways that didn't exist when door-to-door sales started. That's why I think we have a chance to lead from the front as Richmond, setting a best practice that frankly, if this is approved by the council, I would like our administrator to share that with the other 38 cities and towns in Rhode Island to show them that Richmond has found a way to strike a bargain between commercial rights and the rights of the citizens. So,
Tim,
Thank you so much.
you haven't missed a beat. I'm sold.
thank you, sir.
I'm sold.
Let's get to the public part of this. Does anybody in the public have anything they'd like to share? Or anybody online? All right, can we please have a motion to close our public hearing?
So move.
Second,
Go for a vote. Counselor Colasanti,
yes.
Madden,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. We have an action on this item. Counselor Palmigano.
Do we need to, point of order, do we need to set a fine at this point?
That could be an action.
So I would make a motion to add, or an action to add a fine of $250 per infraction for this. And again, all of that money that is done by the infraction would go back to the Recreation Commission to fund community activities.
All right, so we have our motion. I'll second for discussion. Sure, go ahead, Counselor Reynolds.
What? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, Aaron and Kendra, if you know, what's the current fine for soliciting without a license?
It's been about 200.
Right, so it should be more than that, than 250. I don't disagree with 250 for someone who, you know, does this, but if you're out there soliciting without a license at all, then I think it needs to be greater, because we can't make it worth their
Right.
while. Oh, I'll just take the hit and get, you know, a $200 fine.
Open to recommendation.
It doesn't relate to this because it's not part of this, but I think we need, when we revisit it, we need to revisit the fine for violating the soliciting without a license.
Mhm.
But it doesn't relate to this,
And just
Yeah, not for tonight.
to that.
I'm gonna go to Counselor Madden.
Yeah, this has been something I've supported for a while. I voted no on, I think, almost every single license that's come in front of us because I'm sick and tired of door-to-door salespeople coming to my house and bothering me and harassing me when I tell them very politely I'm not interested. As you all know, I've canvassed almost this whole community. So I know what it's like to go to the door and have it slammed in your face, but I do talk to people respectfully. 250 is not enough for me. It's gotta be painful. the enforcement fine cannot be part of doing business. If it's part of doing business, it's not going to stop anyone. And if the town is going to actually take enforcement action, and that's a whole nother situation altogether, then it needs to be painful. I think it needs to be double. I think it needs to be $500. If you know there's a no-knock registry and you go to someone's door and you still do it, that's a $500 fine. Now, I would request that Councilor Parmigiano amend his motion to $500.
Sure, we'll go to Councilor Palmigano,
Sure.
then I'm
I
gonna.
appreciate the recommendations. I just want to add a point of clarity. If you are selling without a license, you are fined $250. Correct. If you are, right, that's the fine.
You said it was 200.
Or 200, I apologize. With this legislation, if you are doing door-to-door sales and Mr. Smith calls and Miss Jones calls and Mr. Reynolds calls, that's 3 violations right there. That's what I mean, it adds up. So I think that although I agree, it is per infraction of doing that. So that's where it would add up, right? It'll shape that behavior. So I felt that 250 was adequate, understanding that there's a comparison to the amount in the license. But if you're going down the street and you're not even wasting your time looking at this no-knock registry, and you're just hitting houses and those houses call, it's per infraction.
Right, thank you. That's what I was gonna say as well, is per infraction. My question would be now for our solicitor, what is the maximum we can charge as a fine? Or fine is a fine, and would it, if it was 500, but then if it happens twice, there's 2 different occurrences where we're now exceeding that?
No,
Okay.
there's each incident
I don't
stands
do
on
criminal
its
law.
own. Absolutely.
All right, perfect.
So,
Sure, go ahead.
so the point on that is if you double the fine for this to 500, you can't double the other one because you'd make it a felony and we can't prosecute felonies.
And that's why we have attorneys on the council.
So you
Like me in my place.
have to keep. I know 500 sounds low for a felony, but that's still what it is. So I think and Jim's point is good. It's per violation. So it's, if they're out there doing this and they violate 2 or 3 times, it's still gonna add up. So I think 250 is fine.
And it will never happen again, I'm sure. Once it happens once.
All right. Did I see a hand in the public? Thought I did. That's what I thought. Did you want to go to the podium, state your name and share your thoughts, please?
Andrew McCoy. I just was gonna say you could have an escalating fine if you want to do it that way. That way, 250 and then 500 if they do it again, kind of thing.
Good point. Thank you. All right, so we did close a public hearing. We have Councilor Palmigano's motion that would add the fine into our language here. So we'll do a vote on that motion to add the fine into language. Going for a roll call vote, Councilor Calasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. We haven't actually approved the ordinance itself yet, but do we have any other amendments to it? Sure, go ahead, Councilor Madnick.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to section 5 of the no-knock registry. I want to add to the end of the paragraph that, to make it clear that if an owner of a resident registers the no-knock registry, that it's the entire residence.
There's your motion. I'll second that. Thank you for making that change. Any comments on this change? All right, well,
Looking at the solicitor, see that he's not reacting.
no, he's not reacting.
I'm making a note to myself.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go for a roll call vote. Councilor Calasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. So now, any other changes for, sure, go ahead, Councilor.
I just want to make the change so we can put that quarterly update in. So that would also be in section, at least I think it should go in section 5. And I think that last sentence can read, the registry shall be updated on January 1, April 1, July 1, and September 1, or the next business day if those days fall on a weekend, holiday or non-business day of town hall, and will be distributed to licensed solicitors and law enforcement.
The motion to add that in, I'll second it.
That
Any
means,
Councilor, sure, go ahead.
that means if somebody paid their fee to be a hawker in January, they're gonna get an updated list for the whole, during the year.
Quarterly.
Correct.
Quarterly.
And I think it would also mean that if I registered in February to be on the no-knock list, that would be effective when the list is updated at the beginning of the next quarter.
Correct. So residents can be aware that it's not effective right away.
Yeah.
I think that got all of our intentions and discussions into this ordinance. All right, guys, ready? Can we have a motion to approve our ordinances with
So-
these amendments?
We need to vote.
Vote on marks. I'm sorry, my apologies. We'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Now we'll go for your
President.
motion, please.
Second.
Okay, we'll go for our vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
And Madam President, of course, as I mentioned earlier, directing the town administrator to share that with the other 38 cities and towns. Thank you.
Oh, she's on the league of
Yeah,
cities and towns. I'm sure it'll come up in a meeting.
thank you. Does that sound good?
Is that a motion?
Is that a motion?
Need a motion?
Yeah.
I didn't think so.
Okay,
All right. And I want to thank everyone for the thoughtful discussion. So thank you, everyone.
all right. Let's go to number 4. We'll take care of our Washington County Fair, and then we'll go back up to number 2, see if he's here yet.
He's here.
I know. I'm taking care of the fair first. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing for a request from the Washington County?
Second.
All right, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox. All right, public hearing on the annual license for our Washington County Fairgrounds. Do we have any council comments before we go to the public? They are. All right, I have no council comments or questions, so unless you have something you'd like to share?
I can share the entertainment. We just got our contracts back. The town of Richmond will be the first ones to know, so I can share that.
Woohoo!
So Wednesday is Presley and Taylor, Thursday is Josh Ross, Friday is Mark Wills, Saturday is Ty Herndon and Jamie O'Neill, and Sunday is Zach John King.
Awesome, and since you were at the podium, I'm sure that's on your website too, so people can check it out.
It will be.
It will be.
Tonight, you guys are.
Hot off the press,
The
awesome.
only thing I gotta say is, it says the application is not complete, but our insurance comes due August 1st, so that's why that's not in there. We meet with the police chief in August and go over the entertainment and set up the traffic detail, and we do have Josh Gardner's zoning certificate. And there's one other one. Oh, the inspections happened the Tuesday before here.
Yeah.
So much of it's temporary.
Perfect, that makes sense.
This is a big anniversary of the fair, isn't it?
Is this a big anniversary?
The fair?
Next year is, next year is.
It's.
We'll be ready for next year to
We
celebrate.
celebrate birthday and anniversary, so it's different.
All right. Do we have anybody online, Kendra? All right, so we can have a motion to close our public hearing.
So the close?
Thank you.
Second.
Our motion and our second, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. We have an action on this item, sure. Counselor
Motion
Coles.
to approve the incomplete application for an outdoor entertainment license, subject to zoning confirmation, code compliance, police chief approval, and proof of insurance for Washington County Pomona Grange, DBA Washington County Fair.
Second?
All right, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
Thank you, everyone, and we
Good
look
luck.
forward to
Thank you.
hosting Richmond's 250th.
Yes. Thank you for doing that too.
Have a good day. All right, we've also freed up a chair. If anybody would like it. We got a packed house. Is our presenter for the second public hearing here? I did see him pop in and out, but I don't know where he ended up. He's on the porch. If you could, please, Talia, and we'll do our motions to open our public hearing. Can I please have a motion to open this public? All
Second.
right, we'll go for a vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, so our public hearing is now open. And he's coming in, right? Oh, this is a presentation, all right. Hi, good to see you. We just opened our public hearing, so haven't missed anything. Thank you so much for your patience. But I guess we'll
Thank you for,
send it over to you.
I was at the State House spending your money.
Oh, thank you.
Be bringing us money.
Yeah, we're looking for some money for our schools.
I can go back and get some, bring it back.
Please do.
Only with us.
It's, let me introduce myself.
Yes.
My name is Robert Craven. I practice law in the town of North Kingstown with one of your municipal
Mhm.
patrons here, Nick Salitro, who works with me. I'm here on behalf of the owner of Newport Propane, Pete Sherman, who's behind me here. He's gonna testify in a few minutes. We had an expert that testified before the planning board. We scheduled him, we thought he'd be here, we've called him a few times, there's no answer, so I don't know what it is. I will ask that the testimony for the record of Mr. Hefner, Thomas Hefner, be incorporated into your findings related to this, but I think I could summarize his testimony. Let me start with where this piece of land is. I'm a Rhode Islander, so I always tell where directions are from something else. Across the street from the police station. It's next to the auto parts store there. And ironically, it's an adjoining lot line with, I think, the only person that sells propane in Richmond. He's one of the Tefs. It's an oil company, and I think he sells some tanks of propane as well. But Pete bought this land approximately 2 years ago. He applied for a building permit. He'll describe what it is exactly he wants to do. There will be really not much of a building. It will be something that will store stuff, but it won't be much of a building, but it'll be, its presentation will be well. There'll be a tank there, but another purpose of why we're here is propane tanks put in the ground. And of course, you all know that this is on your water recharge zone, which recently you changed the zoning and what types of things could be put in this particular area because of concerns about fossil fuel or leakage or whatever. And the fascinating thing about propane is if it spills under any circumstance, if it were to leave the tank, it can only go up. The laws of physics would have to cease to exist. It becomes a gas immediately because it's like 4,000 degrees below zero or something. And as soon as it leaves the tank, it goes up through the ground. It cannot go down. It's impossible. This will be a 30,000 gallon tank. Its purpose will be to probably be fed by a truck or two. Bad weather, snowstorm, as we had this year, there might be 3 or 4 runs where Pete's business is over on the Newport, right over that Middletown intersects Newport where the Rotary is there. Just not far from the base. That's where his business is. There's a brewery over there. He's right behind the brewery. But so his trucks do a lot of business over here. They travel over 2 bridges and they get to here. Here he'll have a source of propane to be able to feed the customers, especially at times when, as he experienced, he's pretty good at ordering the stuff and getting a good price for it. And he was the only guy over there that didn't run out. So he was able to provide the same price, the same service at a time when, understandably, people would be nervous about losing their heat for 4 or 5 or 6 days. So in any event, this is at 1163 Main Street. It used to have some kind of a small house on it. It was knocked down appropriately with the permit, and it's now just a grassed area. It would be as a curb cut already with DOT on 138. So trucks would come in, take on the propane into the tanks that are on the back of these trucks, deliver it, and I don't think you have any expectation of keeping trucks over here. No. So that they wouldn't be. I think they're good-looking trucks. They're white and red. They're well maintained, but they wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't see anything. Still be a little small building, 500-600 square feet, and then areas where they would load up. That's both ways because somebody has to bring the propane there, and a truck would come on to fill the 30,000 gallon tank. We have a design that is meets all state and, more importantly, because there's not much state code, federal codes on flammability. If there's a problem with propane, it's flammability. It's not the fact that it's a fossil fuel. In this instance, because they keep it at such a cold temperature, because they keep it at such a cold temperature, the density and the weight and the durability of the tanks are aluminum. They would never rot. They can't. The aluminum doesn't form like that. And that all the connections to it would be at the top side, not the bottom side. And that's a regular thing that they check those connections to make sure. But then they would be above. So this zone change is being asked for because of what happened with the water recharge zone overlay district. It's not an applicable use. We're asking that this lot be allowed an exception, that it doesn't apply to water recharge zone prohibition for propane would not apply here. And only propane, because I'm not sure if I could think of any other thing that's on the list there, gas stations, etc., that don't pose, if an accident happens, a threat potentially to your water sources. Propane is, as I said, is certainly a hazardous material because it's flammable, but it is regulated accordingly under fire, building, transportation code, including federal laws. However, the primary hazard associated with propane is fire safety, rather than a long-term soil or under groundwater contamination issue. That distinction is central to this application for a zone change. When people hear the term underground tank, they think often of gasoline, diesel fuel, or heating oil, which are liquid products that can leak. They remain in the ground, they migrate through soils and contaminate groundwater over time. Propane does not behave that way. And I say that in reference to the science aspect of it, that the physics don't allow this, the laws of physics don't allow a gas to do that. As described, a memo that we submitted with our application, propane has a boiling point of approximately minus 44 degrees Fahrenheit. Under normal environmental conditions, it exists as a gas and can only remain liquid when stored under pressure. That's what those big tanks are. If released from containment, liquid propane rapidly vaporizes and expands into a gas and rises as gas does. As a result, it does not persist as a liquid. It cannot migrate through soils at a residual phase, and it does not present a mechanism for long-term groundwater contamination. Why propane is stored is fundamentally, how propane is stored is fundamentally different than conventional petroleum underground storage tanks. Propane is stored with federally regulated pressure vessels that are very sophisticated. I've seen them, designed for pressurized liquid gas service. It is not is a non-pressurized tank intended to store liquids that may persist in a soil and groundwater if resisted. A previously submitted memo also indicates that Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management has not established any environmental regulations with reference to propane as it persists in soil, as a contaminant of underwater ground, because it doesn't. DEM does not see this as a problem. So I'm going to ask Mr. Sherman to come forward and tell you a little bit about what he does, what brought him here, something about his business, because I am familiar with this area, and I can see that the town has had a consistent desire to develop this as the commercial area for taxes in this area. This is all tax money, no kids, no traffic, no nothing. They pay taxes, pay taxes, obviously, on the equipment that was there. And it would provide no drain at all on town services. From that standpoint, as a legislator, which I just left the legislature today, budgets are starting to be talked about. Those are issues that understandably, same municipal level. I think I heard the word unfunded mandates about 10 times tonight with a bunch of.
Yeah.
We're dealing with those things. But this project it's tax money with literally, it's all profit. So it goes to the bottom line of your expenditures.
All right,
So Pete, would you like to come forward? Give a little bit of an explanation about the project?
sure. We'll hear from Pete.
Council, thank you for having me here. Appreciate it.
You want to swear him in?
We don't have a swearing in
Okay,
situation here like the
no problem.
planning board does.
I just want to correct one thing, Bob. The tanks are actually steel, they're not aluminum, but they're cathodically protected. Cathodically protected, so they don't rot away, underground tanks, I'm sure.
Tell them what that means.
It means there's, an anodes are attached to the tank. I don't know if any of you have an underground propane tank at your house, but it works the exact same way. And the electrolysis, how it works and how it enters the tank, it exits. Whenever it exits, it takes a piece of metal with it, and that's where you get rust or corrosion. Rather than going out of the tank, it actually goes through the anode and out the anode.
Okay.
I can tell you that underground tanks that we've put in, we've pulled them out from the 1950s. They come out looking like brand new. It's the safest, best way to store propane. We always say it. Above ground tanks, you see them rusty, heap a mess. You know, you gotta keep them painted and everything. Underground tanks, cathodically protected, buried in sand the way they're supposed to be. You never have to worry about them. They're great.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. And so I had a little thing I wrote here. I'll read to you. Tonight I'm here to give you some information about our proposed project, a little knowledge about propane gas and how it relates to the environment, and a little background about our company, Newport Propane. Newport Propane has been in our family since 1959. I got my start in the business when I was around 7 years old, riding around in the trucks with my father and my uncle. Well, I am the third generation of our family to operate Newport Propane. We currently have 3 fourth generation family members working for us, including my daughter. In typical Rhode Island fashion, while growing up as an Aquidneck Islander, I very rarely made my way to this area of the state. It wasn't until my time as a student at the University of Rhode Island that I began to discover and come to love this area of Rhode Island. This eventually led to us finally taking on requests for service in this area as people were searching for a better choice. I think our first account over this way was something like 25 years ago. We just wrote by word of mouth. And as long as I can remember, my uncle and father taught me how clean and environmentally friendly propane was. I still laugh when I think about my uncle. He had a 68 Camaro that ran on propane. He was one of the few people who looked forward to getting his car inspected. The reason why, rather than telling them that the car ran on propane, he would allow them to first analyze the exhaust. Only when they were completely baffled by the impossibly clean exhaust would he fess up and tell them that it ran on propane. And today, the cleanliness of different forms of energy are measured in something called carbon intensity. Carbon intensity is the total carbon emissions or total carbon footprint embodied in an energy carrier such as propane or electricity, right from the source to the point of use. The Propane Education and Research Council, using information directly from the EPA, has put together carbon intensity values for propane and other fuels for every state. Here in Rhode Island, electricity has a carbon intensity value of 143.5, while propane's value is only 80.1, which means that propane is 44% cleaner than electricity in Rhode Island. Because propane is thrown into the category of fossil fuels, it gets an unfair bad rap when it comes to being environmentally friendly. The truth of the matter is that it is currently overall the cleanest form of energy being utilized in the state of Rhode Island. Furthermore, propane is not capable of polluting or contaminating the ground or groundwater. That is why the planning board has recommended that propane be eliminated from the prohibited fuels in the Aquifer Protection Zone. Not only because of its cleanliness, but because of its versatility and efficiency, propane is becoming one of the most popular energy sources in our area. Unlike in other energy sources, propane can be used for everything in your home, from heating and hot water to cooking, fireplaces, outdoor kitchens, fire pits, and the ever popular generator, which keeps us all comfortable and safe during storms and power outages. These facts, coupled with new customers gravitating to our high level of customer service, have led to a substantial growth in our customer base in this area. We believe in investing in our infrastructure so we can better serve our customers in this area, which is why we are here tonight. To give you an example of how our proposed facility will help us and your constituents better, our trucks, when out delivering propane, often empty out by early afternoon. At this point, we have to head back to Portsmouth, fill the truck, come back to Richmond. At that point, the day is over. So if we were able to load here in Richmond, we can continue on making many more deliveries and keeping our customers full when they need it most. As an industry, if we have learned anything from this past winter, is that we must invest in our infrastructure to serve the ever-growing energy demands of the public. While we came through as the shining stars of our industry during this past cold and snowy winter, we heard a lot of horror stories, such as people being without fuel for extended periods of time, and tanks being filled only partially because companies had not secured enough fuel. Even though our robust supply planning and extremely hardworking employees kept all of our customers warm and safe, we are always preparing for the future. Reflecting on the blizzard 2026, this facility would have made us far more efficient, would have made servicing our customers in this area much easier. Looking ahead, this project will help us serve the growing energy demands of the people of Richmond and the surrounding towns. This will occur with very little intensity, as we anticipate just 1 or 2 trucks loading daily at this facility. The loaded truck takes about 20 to 30 minutes is all it is. And an incoming delivery approximately once a week. The incoming delivery trucks, they kind of look like a gasoline tanker, about that size. And they come in, and that usually takes about 45 minutes to an hour. These activities will be quiet, safe, and non-invasive. The property will be beautified and well-maintained, I promise you that. We truly appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing about your business and your family history and how it'll affect, our residents. I really appreciate that. I'll open up to council questions, but I have one too. I'm gonna, if you guys don't mind. Attorney Craven, you had said you were asking for an exception. I think it's important to clarify that, yeah, you're asking for an exception for this reason, but this will affect the rest of our town because we're creating a new use code that would take propane away from the other uses, which I don't have, fuel sales and delivery. So yeah, the reason is this project, but I wouldn't really classify it as an exception because it would affect all of general business and the aquifer protection overlay. Is it just B or A that it's in as well? Either A or B. I don't remember offhand. It might be on this paper in front of me. And my only concern, I would say, would be that the proposed use code is a special use permit. This council just spent a good chunk of a year teaming up with our planning board members, some of whom are here as well, trying to come up with specific and objective criteria. And I know you're familiar with that, and I know why. So I was missing, if you're gonna propose a special use permit, I would like to see the specific and objective criteria, whether we as a council come up with that, whether we send it back to our planning board, or whether you as the applicant has something in mind that would affect our entire town. Just seeing that you guys have the experts and you know how this use code works, it would be helpful for us on a board. So that was my only, that was my main question that I wanted to bring up and address, is that I would not be for assigning it as a special use permit because it will be permitted under right if we do not have specific and objective criteria. But I'll bring it to the rest of the council. I saw Dan's hand.
Sure, yeah, so as Councilor Wilcox stated, we're not here to debate the merits of the development, which I support, by the way. We're here to debate an amendment to our zoning ordinance, which is the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. I had the pleasure of being on the planning board when we developed this ordinance, so I'm very familiar with what's being requested today and the details in the ordinance. So like Councilor Wilcox said, this is not just for one particular property. When we are debating changing an ordinance, this affects the entire town. So we have to look at every aspect of where this ordinance might affect the community. So with that said, when this ordinance was developed, the planning board used government resources, and we also had expert consultants come in and help us develop the ordinance. If you read the ordinance, we don't actually define specific hazardous materials. It's defined based on federal government EPA guidelines on what a hazardous material is. This particular request for this ordinance amendment is a carve out for propane specifically. Now, the planning board, when we are deliberating on sending this ordinance to the council for adoption, we considered if we wanted to make specific recommendations on certain hazardous materials. We chose not to. We want to make it very broad because we don't want to have to get into the details of every single material that could be present in the aquifer. This is a really good example of someone coming to town saying, hey, by the way, there's no issue here in the aquifer, and we're going to prove it to you with objective quality evidence and experts in the field. They did just that. So this is the appropriate way to come to the town and say, all right, hey, I want to put something on the APOD that is hazardous by federal definition, but it's not hazardous for what you're trying to protect, which is our sole source aquifer. So I just want to make that clear for everyone. This is the right way to do it. I think we're having the right conversation. It's possible in the future we can amend this ordinance again if there's another material that comes in front of us and we want to update it. That's the process. I do have one question. It's for our town planner. If you allow me to put her on the spot. In the recommendation, there was some, and I know there's some planning board members here as well. There was some discussion regarding the new use code. So the previous use code, which was just very general with fuel sales and delivery, prohibited parking of vehicles for fuel sales. So for Teftel oil specifically, we don't allow them to park their full trucks there because it may leak onto the ground and into the aquifer. So, well, again, we're not talking about this specific development, and the applicant has stated on the record that they won't be parking there. My concern is for future potential applicants for this use. Right now, based on the way the use code is written, there's no words about prohibiting parking of the transportation vehicles. I know planning board member Martell had brought up that topic. Did the planning board debate it? I didn't see anything in the recommendation. Can you just explain where the planning board ended up on that?
So essentially, the use code description for the existing use code, which is 604, which is fuel sales and delivery, includes dealers in heating oil, propane gas, coal and wood pellets, fuel storage, and parking for delivery vehicles. So the question that came up as the planning board was discussing this was whether or not we would allow the parking for delivery vehicles component in that. The applicant did not provide a use code description. They didn't have to. Not all of our use codes have descriptions. Not all of our use codes have definitions. But that's something that you could feasibly seek to have more clarity on from the applicant. The planning board did not expressly include a recommendation about whether or not they would have parking for long-term vehicles. We did have a discussion that it was like, okay, well, what is long-term? How do we define long-term? Who monitors long-term parking for these kinds of vehicles? But if the council as a body was interested in having a parameter of that kind, you could feasibly add it. I know that this particular party has stated that they're not going to be parking vehicles on that particular property, but as you and Councilor Wilcox both stated, this is going to be applicable to a wide range of properties throughout the town. It is not localized to one specific property. So no, there was not a specific recommendation for that, but it was something that the board contemplated.
All right, so let me ask a pragmatic question. We're debating regulating a business and potentially, I'm bringing up the question about not allowing them to park their vehicles there. How is that different than any other residence or any other business that might have a vehicle parked there during the day or evening? Was that discussed at the planning board?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
It was mostly just a discussion of the comparison of, okay, well, we've heard that this is a cleaner fuel source, but then we're going to have it with vehicles that are not. I mean, I've just heard about one vehicle being run on propane, but I don't know of too many others, which is very cool. But the kind of, okay, how are we going to balance these two variables? But no, that was not something that came up for
Heard Councilor Falsanti?
You say you're not gonna be parking your vehicles there, but if propane doesn't migrate down, it goes up. What would the problem be with you parking your vehicles there?
There would be no problem, other than the engine oil like any other vehicle has. So like, but we don't have a tank with oil in it, obviously, we just have a tank of propane in it and a regular engine with an oil pan, just like any other vehicle has. That's the only, that would be the only source that would give you any trouble, but like they were saying, every vehicle has that,
Oh, you say you've been in business since 1959.
1959.
All these years, what kind of issues have you had
Really none.
that we would be concerned about being on the APOD?
On the aquifer protection,
Yeah.
nothing whatsoever. Nothing.
Okay, so the Environmental Protection Agency was never down there. Hazmat was never down there, never any problems like that.
No.
Never any leakage of, your vehicles into the, the ground, the oil,
No,
nothing.
and that's why propane can be used with underground propane, can be stored underground as opposed to oil, that went away when back in the 70s or whatever. That was considered a no-no, and nobody's been putting underground oil tanks in the ground anywhere ever since. But propane is clean, doesn't pollute, doesn't affect the groundwater at all.
I think personally, I think it's good because there was a big discussion. I was on the previous council. And when we were discussing the APOD, I mean, one council had made a comment that people were waiting with bated breath, all right, to come to Richmond and invest, all right, as soon as the APOD, was passed. And I have yet to see anybody with bated breath come except for you folks at this point. So thank you very much.
I haven't heard that one in a minute. Let's keep it to
Yeah.
today's business, though. Any other council comments about the actual amendments before we go to the public? Because it is a public hearing, and I will get to you first, Mr. Day. All right, Mr. Day. If you can come to the podium, or if you want to project.
As William Day, had a little experience with the product they're talking about, and it's been the first time, I believe, in my whole lifetime that I've been able to contradict what a lawyer said. The lawyer said propane does not go down, it goes up. It does go down. Natural gas goes up into the atmosphere. Propane goes to the lowest level of the facility or the ground. So I'm surprised that the owner of the company repeated that again. I'm not opposed to it. I know there are a lot of underground propane tanks that are very safe in the community. What I would have wished, I wish that he would have clarified the fact that propane settles to the lowest area, topographical area that it's in.
There's a lot of people nodding along with you, Mr. Day.
So,
Sure.
That's in air, but with ground, doesn't.
and when it gets out of the containment, it is gonna vaporize.
Right.
Where's it gonna go?
We do want to we don't want to have too much of a
Doesn't go up.
point of order. We don't want to have too much of a back and forth regarding this. I mean, maybe we could, I did listen to the planning board meeting, which had the expert speak for a little bit. So maybe I could go back and listen again, but I did have a gentleman in the front for a public hearing. Do you mind standing up the podium, sharing your name?
My name is Joe Vitara. I worked on natural gas for 30 years. I don't know everything about propane, but propane is heavier than air.
Mhm.
And when it leaks, if it leaks out of the top of that tank, it can travel at least 300 and something feet. So if there's a basement near, it can seep into a basement. It's
Okay.
heavier than air, not lighter than air.
Okay. Anybody else for public comment? Sure, in the back. Mr. Sayer, please do come up and state your name for the record. I'm sure you were at the planning board last night, or not last night, but when they had this. All
Made the last one.
right.
Bob Sayer, Richmond. I have a little bit of experience dealing with propane companies because I represented the union businesses in the area. And I'm not an expert, but I did get quite a bit of knowledge on propane. Mr. Day, what he's saying is if the vapor gets out, it stays low. And I know that because there was a house that was bought by one of the companies because propane leaked out of the tank and somebody had a basement window open,
Okay.
went inside. But I'm all for burying it because it's gonna keep the propane much easier to keep the propane cooler. On the above ground tanks, they have, every once in a while, you'll go by a place that has propane and you'll smell propane. It's because it's blowing off because of the heat in the summertime and everything else. So the underground is gonna be a lot safer and it's gonna be kept at a cooler temperature.
Mhm.
My only concern with the whole thing, I read through it today a little bit, and it's a 0.4 something lot. It's less than a half an acre. And if the tanks are buried underground and you've got the apparatus for filling the tank, the trucks and everything else on top of that, are the delivery trucks that come in to fill that 30,000 gallon tank going to be running over the top of where these tanks are? Because a less than half acre lot, the trucks that fill these things are tanker tractor trailers. And where the Richmond police is, that's the narrowest part of our roads. It's gonna need a wide entrance for them to be spinning in off of Main Street to get in there. But as far as being buried in the aquifer and everything else, I don't see where propane would ever harm the aquifer. My concern would be the trucks going in and out, especially the big delivery trucks that come in, because a half acre lot isn't a lot to turn around.
Yeah, we'll find an answer to that when we're finished with, anybody else from the public have any
Thank you.
questions? Mr. Dooley.
Douglas Deluria again, Richmond. My question would be, the existing tanks, how often are they inspected and how often is the anode replaced?
You know, it's,
Here, hold the seat and then you can come up, yeah.
so the anodes are tested like annually. We do that with all our customers' tanks as well, just to make sure that the conductivity is there and the anodes, you know, after considerable amount of time, usually we find like 25 years or something like that, the anodes may disappear and rot away eventually. And that's when they have to be replaced. So it's a long, very long term. So yeah, we don't anticipate having any problems there.
But it's an annual inspection?
Yes.
While we have you back at the podium, I've heard concerns from residents offline too, that we're concerned about traffic because it is a very tight area. Will the gasoline tankers fit to kind of address Mr. Sayers' question?
Really, yeah, the engineer set it all up for us and he, with a radius and everything, they plan on coming in on the left side and coming around. The tank itself will be placed towards the back of the property. And the only thing that you will see of the tank, because the whole thing's buried, is the spool on one end that sticks off the top. And that's where the piping connects to the pump and all of that. And that small area will be fenced, not only fenced in, but it will be barricaded and protected with guardrail or what have you.
Okay.
And so the trucks, there is no way a truck can hit that or, you know, do any damage.
Okay, thank you for clarifying for us. Any other
Madam
public?
Chair.
Sure.
So with the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, even permitted by right, special use permit, it's going to go through development plan review. So discussing the specifics of this gentleman's development is completely outside the bounds of what we're discussing tonight, which is the amendment to the ordinance.
Okay,
We need to stick to that and not discuss this gentleman's specific development. Planning board will get their chance with this applicant. So I
okay,
don't want to waste this gentleman's time anymore. It's a long night for him and he's going to sit here and have to listen to us debate all of this.
all right, and it's a long night for us as well, so thank you for bringing that up. Do we have any other questions on changing our zoning and adding a new use code and amending the use codes? Council Reynolds, I see you.
I was just gonna say, you know, a couple of things that were mentioned. I think we can deal with the parking with the use code definition if we want to. We can also add it in as one of the specific and objective criteria. I think we can develop specific and objective criteria. I have some that I've already kind of hashed out if they are applicable. So I think we can deal with all of those things and get this done.
Awesome. Did we have anybody online, Kendra?
They raised your hand a couple of times.
Okay, yeah.
Leah, you should have permissions.
Please do state your full name for the record.
Leah, you should have permission to speak.
No, Bill Day, they answered the question. It's outside. We're all set.
Okay, thank you. All right, so seeing nobody else in the public with a comment, we'll go for a motion to close our public hearing, please.
So moved.
Second.
Before roll call vote, Counselor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, so we had a little bit of a discussion, and Counselor Reynolds, do you want to pitch what you have for solutions for us?
So again, I know there's a concern with allowing a special use permit without specific and objective criteria, so I did come up with some I think would be workable. I know the big issue with propane is the flammability and complying. So one of the specific and objective criteria I would add to this would be compliance with NFPA 58, which is the applicable code section. Just for everyone's knowledge, that basically designates distances that the tank has to be from structures. That deals with the issue that was raised with it. If there is a leak, it's going to migrate. We want to make sure it's not migrating into structures. So that's all covered by NFP 58. And it's also dependent upon the size of the tank. The second criteria that I would add is that the propane be stored in a pressure vessel that meets ASME standards, which again relates to making sure that it's appropriately pressurized and that it's safe. And the last, and I don't know if this is in the ASME standards, you can tell me if it is. And I know the other thing deals with buoyancy and making sure that appropriate measures are taken to appropriate anti-buoyancy measures are taken with respect to the tank, so it doesn't come floating up out of the ground.
Yes.
Is that in the ASME standards or not?
Good question. I know it's in NFPA 58, I believe.
Okay.
But yeah, if you're in a high water table or in a flood zone, you always have to provide ballast for the tank. Usually, but in this case, we plan on pouring a cement pad and anchoring the tank to it anyway, so we're not gonna have a problem.
Belt and suspenders, I would add
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Add that in. And again, if there are concerns with parking delivery vehicles in the APOD, for the APOD special use permit, we could have a criteria there about parking vehicles regularly overnight to eliminate that hazard, if that was a concern. I don't know that it really is, but if it is, and because one of the special use permits would be neighborhood business, we could add in that section, hours of operation, so it's not early morning or late at night. Say, there would be no operation in neighborhood business between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. But so that's what I came up with. I don't know if that fits the bill.
Madam President,
Sure, good.
I agree with Mark. These standards, actually, all about them.
Yeah.
And you would not be insured in your insurance policy if you did not adhere to these.
Yep.
So you're well aware of those standards and whatnot, because your insurance would not cover you.
Correct.
So you're light years ahead, all right, of what you have to do in order to make that safe, appropriate, follow the standards, because your insurance company would drop you like a hot potato.
Wouldn't have it any other way anyway.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So do we want to put that into a motion for an action on this item?
Yeah, does anyone have any comments on what I threw out there for a quick
I don't
planning board
see any
member?
hands.
Dad?
Or
Yeah,
got anything over there?
those are fine. I'm just trying to think, and I might need Talia's insight in this. We need to put that somewhere. And we're amending 18.21. When we get into this, and hopefully soon, is it going to be going to 18.21? Can we add that section now with this? Is that appropriate?
I am not prepared to opine on that issue right now.
That may be a question for our town solicitor if we're able to do that. Are you prepared to answer that question, Solicitor Zangari?
I'd rather you not do it tonight. only
Okay.
Because those specifics weren't in the ad, so I'd rather it come back.
Okay.
You put just part of the motion and then come back and vote and advertise the change, include that in there, in the amendment.
I would personally feel more comfortable doing it all at the same time, but that could just be me. Any other council comments or go ahead,
Yes,
Council
so-
Constantine?
Chris,
Good.
so the motion could be kicking it back to you to making these appropriate changes. And it would be on the next council agenda.
We could do that.
So I'd like to make that motion. That these changes, all right, Chris will review them, make any appropriate language changes. And take them back to the council at the next council meeting.
You mean what I said? as
Yes.
far as- Okay.
Yes.
You need me to say it again?
I have it written.
No.
If you continue.
We don't
the
have a
public
second
hearing,
for
you
the
would-
motion
I'll second.
or, okay.
Yeah, continue the public hearings.
And then you wouldn't. have-
We already closed the public hearing.
Said. Reopen.
Okay, we can reopen it?
Move to reopen.
Well, we already have a motion on the floor, guys, so this is why we gotta slow down a minute and just be a little patient. All right. Sure, go ahead, Councilor Manning.
I'd just like to discuss it. So.
Yeah.
We are revising 18.16. We could put a section in regarding special use permits now. If we don't do it tonight, then we would have to, if we don't reopen the public hearing, we'd have to re-advertise. It
Mhm.
costs us more money.
Yep.
Keeping the public hearing open will allow us to put the words in for our next meeting, have public input again to those words, and get the first special use permit objective criteria instituted. It's not a bad thing to do. If I may, I know we're talking about the amendment. When do you plan on applying for your development application, or is it already in?
It's not in yet, no. You know, as soon as possible.
The building official, when he went down there, told him it was not a permitted use, so it stopped there. But we're prepared to submit an application as soon as the town clears the way for us to be able to have a legal use.
All right, we do have our town planner next?
Yeah, so the concern is if we let it go without the objective criteria, it's permitted by right, and so the very reasonable recommendations by Council Reynolds would not be imposed on the applicant.
Exactly, that's why I felt more comfortable doing it at the same time. Go ahead, our town planner, sorry.
You have a lot of people on your mind, so don't worry.
A lot of people in here tonight.
The one issue that it would depend on how you're folding the special use permit criteria into the zoning ordinance. Because what's been proposed is an amendment to 1816, section 1816.010. If you're going to be creating a new subsection for specific and objective criteria, I don't know if that would be advertised differently. Because it's a different section of the zoning ordinance within that chapter. So, you know, I haven't really, in past iterations of proposed specific and objective criteria, we've put it into different sections. So I don't know if you want to have it be a different section, if you want it to be part of 1816.010. Those are some variables you'd want to consider.
Okay, I saw Mark and then I'll go to you.
I would say this. We put them in whatever this section is for now. And then when the rest of it's ready, whenever that may be, we slide it down into that.
That
So
makes
it's
sense.
There, we got it done. We've got, you know, they don't care where the specific and objective criteria are, we just have to have them. So let's put them just in the main section that we're amending now. And then we'll move it later on when we adopt any others.
And that's related to the motion we have on the floor now. So we're good.
Mhm.
And you know,
Yeah,
Councilor Constantine?
I would say let's
Mark took the words right out of my mouth. Thank
All
you.
right, perfect. So any other discussion on the motion? Did I cut you off? I'm sorry.
No, well, I think Mike should withdraw his motion so we can reopen the public hearing and then we can continue.
I would, at this moment in time, I withdraw my motion
I'll withdraw my second.
and I make a motion to open public hearing,
Second.
reopen,
I'll second it.
and
I thought that, quick discussion, I thought the purpose of our prior discussion was that you're gonna put the specific and objective criteria right into the zoning ordinance we're talking about tonight.
yeah, but we
That
have-
way we wouldn't have to postpone the meeting, and then later when all the specific and objective criteria come in front of us, we'll shift it
Oh,
over.
you
there.
wanna do it-
That's what I thought you were talking
Oh, no, I
about.
thought you
And then you went a completely different route, so I'm a little confused, so I'd appreciate a little clarity.
I misunderstood what I thought you wanted to have the specific and objective criteria on paper for people to comment on before we finally adopted it. If you don't want that, then sure, let's do it right now.
Yeah, I would say let's do it like right now, but then the people would have another opportunity to speak on it when it comes before us again.
I mean, we could reopen the public hearing now. It's 3 simple lines. We could restate it for the public.
Well,
Just
public
if you-
hearing is open.
No, we didn't vote on our motion yet.
If you're gonna put it on again, you're gonna have to advertise it. That was the whole point.
No,
No,
my
what I'm,
comment was you reopen it for tonight so that the people that are here. Spot.
Oh, okay.
okay. So we're reopening it for tonight, so people can respond to the specific and objective criteria should they want. Although they can comment on motions, as we allow as a council often. But we'll do that. We'll close the public hearing. We'll add the specific and objective criteria in tonight. That way they can move forward with their project and we don't have to make them delay. And then we can have the planning board continue the work with every other use code that we have that was a special use permit to get the specific and objective criteria as we work during our joint meeting. And we'll revisit all those at that time. That's the plan? Is that a council consensus? All right, let's get through these motions. Do you have questions on that, Attorney Craven?
No, I just was
These
gonna,
specific and objective criterias, man.
So we got a motion in a second.
We do, yes, to open the public hearing. So we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Would anybody like to speak about the specific and objective criteria that we just discussed? Sure, go ahead, Mr. Lilly. Do you mind just coming over to the podium and stating your name? I think the microphone's a little better there.
David Lally from Richmond. The only concern I have with this is where the lot is gonna be placed. The area that lot is posed, is very tight constricted road in that area. There's just one lane
Yeah.
east, one lane west. So if there's gonna be trucks coming in, going out, it's gonna constrict traffic even more. I just bring that up as a consideration.
I appreciate that. I think as Councilor Madnick had mentioned before, they'll go through their development plan review. It'll go before the planning board, so we'll make sure. I think they reassured us tonight that it'll be okay, but we'll see going forward as well. But thank you for bringing that up. Do anybody else? All right, and I have a motion to
Motion to
close.
close public hearing.
Second.
Counselor Colasanti, how do you vote?
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
Now my,
Now can you make this motion?
yeah.
I'll make a motion to adopt the amendments to 18.16.020, 18.21.050, 18.16.010 as proposed to establish a new use code 605 for propane fuel sales, delivery. And for those zone, for the special use permit in the Aquifer Protection District, have the following specific and objective criteria: that the facility be in compliance with NFPA 58, that the storage pressure vessel for the propane meet ASME standards, that the pressure vessel be installed with appropriate anti-buoyancy measures in the aquifer protection zone, no regular overnight parking of delivery vehicles. And in neighborhood business, no operation of a facility between 9 PM and 7 AM.
I'll second that motion. Any further council discussion? Attorney Craven.
I'll just say that was a really good example of government working. It was slow and it was painful for everyone, but we're gonna get through it tonight, and then this gentleman can put his application. That's great.
I don't think our motions ever got that confusing before. That was a new one for us, just. But does that make sense to the applicant and Attorney Craven?
Plus, I'm gonna invite you back to the State House when I leave here.
Give us our money back?
Up there.
Yes, we will go for a roll call vote now. Counselor Colasanti?
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Thank you so much for your patience and your
Thank you,
application and your time.
thank you.
All right. On to new hires. Do we have Jenny Hopes here?
Yes,
Still
I believe
online?
Jenny's here, yes.
Thank you for your patience. Can we have a motion on this item?
Motion to appoint Jenny Hope, is it Antes?
Said yes.
Which
Is it Antes or
Aunties.
Antis?
Antes, as the grant writer / manager.
Second.
All right. Erin, did you have anything you wanted to add? I didn't know if you were going to chime in before I threw out the motion.
No, she, I mean, has great credentials and experience, and I'm glad we have such a successful applicant.
Awesome. Any council questions? Sure, go ahead.
Just, do we need to include the hourly rate in the motion?
At an hourly
don't
rate
think
of $25 as advertised.
Thank you.
And how many?
He always says that.
Counselor Carlson? Fine, I want to hear from him. I can't.
How many hours a week?
It's up to 18 hours.
Up to 18 hours.
It's a non-benefited position,
Okay, and if
and it is grant funded, and she is aware that it's expiring December 31st with our ARPA funding.
Thank you so much. We'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti?
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Palmigano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, on to appointments and resignations. I think the moment many of you have been waiting for. I'm excited so many people are here and there are so many applicants for this appointment because it really wasn't too long ago that there was nobody stepping up for a school committee. The school committee seats are typically a 4-year commitment, and the seat was initially held by Catherine Colasanti, who resigned after only 2 years. We then appointed the next unelected candidate, who was Louise Dinsmore, who served for about 15 months. So this term will expire with this upcoming election. Just wanted to share that accordingly. When Ms. Dinsmore resigned, town staff reached out to the next unelected candidate from the last election, as we're required to by our charter. That was only in 2024, but they're now unavailable and unable to complete the term. So here we are tonight. And we have not actually formally accepted Louise Dinsmore's resignation, but there's a special meeting tomorrow that we will do that in. So tonight, I suggest that we ask you all to come here. You waited so patiently that we'll still hear from all the candidates tonight and make a decision of who would be sworn in after we formally accept her resignation tomorrow. So I was thinking we could invite each candidate up in the order in which they're listed on the agenda. I know we had a long night. Those were public hearings. So they're a little different. But since we have 8 applicants, I was going to set a timer of 3 minutes to tell us about yourself, your qualifications, and what you hope to achieve in the next 8 months. The timer's really just to be respectful of everybody's time. When we ran for office, we had to meet the candidates tonight, and we had timers too. And then after everyone shared, maybe after each individual, we'll open it up to a couple counselor questions where we can keep it brief as well. So that sounds good. We'll invite our first person on our agenda up. All right, that is Mr. Ryan Callahan. Thank you for applying, and thank you to everybody in advance for applying.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Town Council. I'll respect all your time. You all have a pretty late night tonight. A little bit about myself. I'm a resident of Richmond the last 20 years. 2 kids. Both of them are with a daughter who's a sophomore in college and a son who's a senior. K through 12, they came up in Charter School. I know some of you personally, so you know my background. I'm a scientist, doctorate in chemistry, an MBA as well, because my role now has moved out of science and into business. I'm a big believer in public service, as a lot of people share my views here. I currently serve on the building committee, currently the chair of Troop 1 Richmond, or the Boy Scout troop. I also chair an advanced materials group, which probably nobody cares about. It's not really pertinent. And I spent 6 years on the school committee. So from 2016 to 2022. 2 years just on the committee, 2 years as vice chair, and then 2 years as chair. As chair, I have the unfortunate distinction of being chair when Barry Ritchie passed, as well as chair when COVID hit and we had to do a distance learn, as well as chair when we had to hire a new superintendent, and also chair when we had to return to school. So I know what it takes to manage complex situations with respect to school committee. You asked what I hope to achieve. I am not running for November. I'm only looking to serve my community for the next few months. And my goals are really to tee up the school committee for what comes in November. I think Mike Sunday pointed out budget, and the budget is only going to get bigger. It's got a contract with the union that has a substantial raise year over year that's been negotiated. The school district has also voted to not renew the superintendent's contract. So hiring a new superintendent as well as preparing for a fiscally challenging year is going to be my focus over the next few months of the appointment. Be happy to take any questions.
Awesome. I'll pause my time. Do we have any council questions before we have him take his seat? All right, hearing none, you can have your seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Cardozo. Thank you for your application.
Bob Cardozo, I sat on the school committee for 4 years, negotiated the contract with the teachers union. What we want to try to get through to the school committee is to reunite. Right now it's divided and it's divisive. It has to be united and nothing's in it. My background, NYU, banking, finance. I have triple major, accounting, finance. Sorry, and economics. Useful to have. I spent 25 years on Wall Street, retired, then came back up here and started to teach. What are we going to try to do? Is get the damn budget under control. It's out of control. And it's hurting Richmond. And it's got to stop. Questions, comments, concerns?
All right, being none from council, we probably won't, since we don't have the first two. Next on our list, we have Andrew McCoy. Thank you for replying, Mr. McCoy.
Hello, I'm Andrew McCoy. I lived in Charlestown 2006 to 16 and now Richmond. I have kids and now grandkids in the district, so I've always had a vested interest in having a good school district. For my qualifications, I'm a principal test engineer at EB, so I'm very familiar with budgets and how they operate. I've always volunteered. I've been coach, softball coach, soccer coach. I've always volunteered for stuff to do. And when I went to the school board meeting these past few months, I was just completely appalled with the lack of accountability that the school board was showing and what they were doing and how they were doing business. So when this came up, I figured that I could at least try to make a little bit of accountability on the board. I do plan to run in November, so that can be good or bad, I guess.
Thank you for sharing that. Oh, sure.
Just one question. You work in the private sector,
Yes.
so you've analyzed budgets, worked with budgets in the private sector. Have you ever dealt with budgets in the public sector? Because I had one person say to me one time, they're totally different. And I found that ludicrous because where do you get the money to pay and form your public budget is from the private sector. I found that kind of an idiotic statement to make. So.
So
you have-
a budget, you know, is really a math formula. So as somebody on the school committee, you need to decide, you know, when you get a base budget, you just need to look at the math formula and see what's appropriate and what's not appropriate on the budget. And try to either make cuts or not make cuts as needed as the best things for the school, not for any particular person or group within the school.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, then the sessions will go to Mr. Day. Good evening. Thank you for your application.
Yes, good evening. William Day, thank you for inviting me here tonight. I'm here. I've had 16 plus years on a school committee. I served with 3 superintendents, Mr. Peony, Mr. Ritchie, and obviously the Gina. So the reason I'm here tonight is that I watched the meeting where the school committee couldn't follow the direction of the solicitor and reminding them at least a half a dozen times that they was to set a budget. Someone out of the audience come up and told them, what the hell are you doing? The solicitor has told you, you need to set a budget tonight. And they wanted to go off in all kinds of different directions. I'm not gonna run for re-election. It's 6 months, I know it's about 6 months, all told, between the election. So my plan would be to hopefully be on the school committee and be able to sit down with these people. I know some of them personally, some of them I don't know, and see if we couldn't get together and have a workshop session amongst ourselves someplace nice and quiet so we could vent at each other and find out what the hell this school committee can do to have something they can be proud of if they don't seek re-election or don't get re-elected. There's gonna be 8 potentially new members on the school committee at this election. 2 from Richmond and 3 from Hopkinton and 3 from Charleston. That could be a significant turnover, and if we can't get people that are willing to work together for the best of the citizens, the taxpayers, and the students in this community, then we're gonna be in worse shape at the Charter Oak School District than we've ever been. And like I said, I've been there from the days of John Peony, and we had some pretty good budgets going through there. I think we had one budget that we had to have a second vote on, but we never had the backstabbing and infighting that this group has. And I was disappointed and dismayed, and that's why I'm standing here tonight asking you to consider me to maybe go in there and speak my mind. And you know, I'm using this thing. I'm hoping to get rid of it, but I tell people there's 2 things that are still working: my mind, and the most important thing, my mouth. And I say what I do, and I do what I say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question.
Sure.
Madam President. Bill, you've been on the school committee for 16 years.
A couple more than that.
Couple more than
keep
that.
track.
So when you're dealing with a budget now, say, of over $70 million, and the superintendent says it's a bare bones budget, there's nothing to cut. But then the first thing she does cut or threaten to cut is kids' sports. Now, the phrase is all kids all the time. So why would it be the kids take the hit, all right, and the superintendent threatens because it's a bare bone budget, but the only thing that they can cut is sports? Would you agree with doing that?
Let me answer you this way, Mike. When I was on the school committee, on a number of occasions, I went through that budget line item by line item and made proposals to cut things here and there. I found out that the majority of the school committee members would leave it up to the superintendent to tell them what they think they should be doing. The superintendent works for the school committee, not the other way around. So I would turn around and try to, like I said, it's gonna be a six-year term. But if I was up full time, I would do a better job of proposing cuts than they didn't propose at that hearing that I saw at the middle school.
Yeah.
Nobody had the guts to make any motions to cut, and that probably didn't have any backing if they tried to make cuts, because everybody, it's very obvious, they don't get along. They don't get along.
Thank
They
you,
don't
Mr.
even try to get along.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Ms. Miller. Nobody's needed their 3 minutes yet.
I won't either. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I'll be honest, this is my first foray into anything political. But watching the school committee meetings, I've become concerned that there's a lot going on and not a lot of working together. So I thought that maybe I had something that I could provide.
Yeah.
I have over 30 years of experience as a public education or public school teacher, as well as nonprofit management, where I had oversight on budgets of multi-million dollars on a national level. I also have a master's in education, and I want the school committee to be able to provide measurable results. And I'm feeling like that's not happening. And I feel that I have creativity that I could bring to the committee. I've been recognized on a national level for my creativity in being able to bring funding to education so that my students could get involved in things that normally would not be allowed within a budget. So I think that's something that I can provide. I'm very excited to look at practical solutions. I understand, as a 20+ year resident of Richmond, I retired after 30 years in education, and then 3 weeks later took a position as the director of early college programs at New England Tech. So I didn't retire for long, but I am of that age where I understand how budgets impact the community. So I would just like your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next on our list, we have Mr. Lilly.
Hi, my name is David Lally. I'm a Richmond resident for about 35 years. I live on Tug Hollow Road. I've done some volunteer work with the town over the years, Recreation Committee, most recently the Conservation Committee. And when the opportunity came up for the school committee, I thought maybe it's a chance to advocate for openness and transparency between the school and the public, not just the parents, but the public in general. Open up all the books, the lesson plans, etc., to so that everyone, the full transparency to everyone, because I think that it is, after all, public education. And the public, there's so many varied backgrounds of trades and crafts and etc. in the public that can contribute to the education of our children. That why not rely at tap into that resource for educating our children. And I'm not much with budgets and finances because I don't have that background. It's more of a scientific background. But other than to say that I think the focus should be on getting the kids, especially in the secondary education, getting them ready for being contributing members to society, having marketable skills, such as the trade school, the trades in Charo High School, a strength, I think we ought to focus and develop that strength, and maybe put a little less attention toward the liberal arts type of education where kids just get a college degree and then have a bunch of debt and not really any marketable skills. I think we need more trades, more carpenters, welders, plumbers, that type of thing. And I think that would be a good way to just get us focused on doing what is necessary to get the kids ready for careers that can pay them, that they can walk right into and be enthusiastic about for their lives. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Patrick Farrell. Thank you for being here.
Name's Patrick Farrell. I was born in Rhode Island, raised at the end of the airport runway. Don't go looking for Hunt Avenue because it doesn't exist anymore. I spent 43 years as a teacher and as an administrator in schools, and was able to personally witness how education can actually change a young person's life. And I truly believe that every young person in the town of Richmond deserves to have that kind of high quality education that can change their life. I do recognize, as some people have pointed out, that the conversations on the school committee are not cohesive, and I think moving the school system along the way that it needs to be. I will say that the promotions that I received in my career were a result of being able to work with adolescents. I was able to teach adolescents entry-level algebra all the way up to BC calculus. And quite honestly, there aren't a lot of teachers who can do that because sometimes they focus too much on the material. I would always focus on people, trying to make connections, trying to find compromise. And I think I'm going to stress that trying to find compromise, look at things with long-range implications at the front of all of our thinking is what I would try to bring to school. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
I have one question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you heard Attorney Craven, he was coming down from the State House. And he was talking that they're going back and forth about the unfunded mandates. We've been talking about this for years. I talked about it in 1991. It's ridiculous that all these years, 33, 34 years later, we're talking about the same thing, the same problem. With the unfunded mandates, Charahoe, it's costing us well over $20 million with the mandates. And some of them are pie in the sky. It's just costing us money. It's just creating jobs that don't belong there and whatnot. You knowing that, you being in education, would you just sit by and just have the state pass more unfunded mandates? Or would you finally say, hey, look, state, you want us to follow these mandates, then you're going to pay for them from this point on, because we can't afford to do this anymore. Would you be willing to stand up and say enough is enough?
If I have the data, facts, stand up and say enough is enough. Yes, I have no problem at all speaking my mind.
Thank you so much. Oh. That's my timer. Last but not least, we have Ms. Engel. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Roberta Engel, and I'm here, actually, has been mentioned by several people here. I've attended the past 2 school committee meetings, and it's been, I'd say, disturbing what I witnessed. And so for that reason, I felt like it's not my place to sort of criticize or have concerns without stepping up. So I'm here. I'm also happy that 8 people are standing up for our community. I believe in strong public schools. And I'm a product of a public school. I'm committed to Richmond. I've been a resident for 30+ years. I've served on the Richmond Rural Preservation Land Trust. I see Denise walked in, there she is. And this fall, I did a action cards for vets. I called it Unity in the Community, chance to write some cards, Christmas cards for veterans. And I was at a table with Denise, Dinsmore, Mr. Helen was there. I have experience as an educator. I have a doctorate in biology. I have a master's in education. I am currently working in middle school in Providence. I'm a leader, collaborator, and I think, again, people have alluded to that, the need to collaborate. And lastly, I'm just going to say, I bring a mindset that seeks to maintain a strong school system to ensure our youth receive education they deserve. That's important. Our school employees are well supported, and our community has schools that it's proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you to all of our applicants. Again, I didn't have that time really go off at all. Everyone kept it to under 2 minutes or about 2 minutes, which is great. I know we have a lot of appointments here and there's a lot of ways you can do this, but we have this thing called Robert's Rules that can tell us how to do this. What we would do is council members can make a nomination, similar to what we did when we elected our president, vice president, et cetera. Nominations don't need a second, and then we can vote in the order in which people are nominated. I don't know if we want to go right into nominations or if council wants to have a brief discussion before we do, that would be fine as well. I'll go for you guys, but just so you know, that's how we're going to be making the votes when we get there. So, sure, Councilor Palmigano.
Yeah, I don't want to jump the gun and make a nomination.
Yeah.
Because that puts my first. So, do you want to just get a consensus of what does the council agree that we just start to make nominations, or would you look at further discussion?
That's what I was doing, trying to see if
Yeah.
you guys want to have a little discussion first or don't nomination. Do you want to have the?
I would be in favor of just starting to make the nominations.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make our first nomination.
I will nominate Ryan Callahan for school committee.
Do we have any other nominations? Any at all? No.
David, Lilly?
David Lally? All right, any other nominations? I know this is tough.
Can we do multiple nominations?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you do a nomination. Oh, you want to nominate more than one?
Yeah.
Once everyone else has had a chance to, yeah.
Sure. I will nominate Gwen Millar.
All right. Should be writing this down. Any other nominations? I'm choosing not to make a nomination. I think we have fabulous candidates with a lot of people. Like I said multiple times, I'm excited we had so many people step up. So I guess then we'll go for a vote. Would you make a motion on our first nominee for Ryan Callahan?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Ryan Callahan to the open school committee position for Richmond with term expiring November of 2026.
Yeah, after the election, whenever we
After the
appoint the new people.
Sorry, you need a second?
Yes, please. Now we got a second. So we have our motion, our second. Any council discussion on Mr. Callahan and his, on the motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I got,
Well,
he
you made
made the
the
motion first.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I think we are absolutely lucky to have all these candidates stepping forward to volunteer to serve their community. I think that's something that we hadn't necessarily seen in the past. You know, I think that, you know, I've seen Dr. Callahan in his capacity on the school committee, on subcommittees. He may not remember, but we don't always agree on subcommittees that I've come before him. But he's a wonderful fiscal mind, a great leader, not afraid to reel it in when things get unruly. And I think he's demonstrated leadership in his role in the past on school committee, and I think he'd be a great fit.
Awesome, Councilor Palasanti.
We have some good applicants here, and you know, I'm familiar with Ryan, Mr. Callahan. Your attendance on the school committee when you were there, sir. How was your attendance?
We're,
in school committee?
we did already do the question.
Oh,
I guess we can have a quick, how's your attendance? We'll answer it real quick.
Over the 6-year period?
didn't miss once. Good man.
Near perfect for those who couldn't hear with no microphone.
I
Amelia?
like what Mr. Callahan said, that rubber stamps just don't work anymore. I've seen numerous, with my wife being on the school committee. I mean, I saw the work that she did. I saw the research that she did. She was second to none. I see school committee members that don't even open a book. When you tell them about, did you ever read the Jacobs report? They sit there and they shake their head, and you can tell they haven't. But then they're making decisions that are gonna cost this district 110 to 150 to 160 million dollars. Okay, my wife talked to people in Newport, Johnston, Cranston. She did her homework. Would you, again, Madam Chair, question through you, are you willing to do that?
Mr. Callahan, are you gonna do your homework?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because the last thing I'm gonna say is all kids all the time, great praise. I've got 6 kids. I've got 10 grandchildren and 1 great grandson. Okay, all kids all the time, absolutely. Okay, I almost didn't take the seat because taking away from my grandkids. So with that being said, on the flip side, I'm also not gonna I am also not gonna bankrupt my kids, my grandkids, my great grandchildren. Because what I think I'm gonna be doing to benefit them, I'm strapping them with so much debt that they can't move out of the home. We have to build affordable housing and jam people into these small, tight places because they can't afford anything else. So when you look at the direction, especially in the Northeast, how the taxes are going.
Point of order, how does this,
Sure, go ahead.
how does this relate to Mr. Callahan's?
Can you keep it to the
Yeah.
motion on the floor, please?
It's just that, are you aware that, you know what I mean, these things are happening, and it's actually making it more difficult for our kids when these budgets, especially in the Northeast, keep going up and up and up, and our kids are moving out.
All right, thank you so much. We'll hear from other
Wait a minute,
councilors.
that's-
Now we'll go
that was
to
a
Counselor Madnick and then, I know we have other counselors who'd like to
Yes.
speak as well.
All right, so we have a fairly important responsibility tonight, since we're not holding a voter referendum on school committee membership or even on council. So there's a lot of responsibility here that we have, and we're gonna be accountable, basically just the 5 of us to the community, on the direction of the school committee based on the application or in the person that we appoint tonight. I've said it before, you know, we're temporary stewards of both the school committee and the town council. And if we choose to run for re-election, the community gets to determine if we've been good stewards or not. I mean, I'm looking for someone that we can entrust to work in an ethical, transparent, responsible manner, especially given the volatility of the school committee over the last couple of years. A number of applicants have stated how they've been very disappointed with the behavior of the school committee. I would also agree. I watch, but I stay out of it because I'm on the town council, not the school committee. But this time I do have influence on the school committee. So I want someone who's looking to make thoughtful decisions based on the best interests of the students, community, especially, you know, financially, because that is a big issue in our community. I want someone who's going to work hard, put in the effort. As Councilor Colasante says, open up a book. Understand the superintendent's contract when you're discussing their contract. I want people that are going to do the work, the work that we have all done. It's not that much to ask for someone. Ryan Callahan has demonstrated that previously. Given the volatility and given how difficult this committee has with working with each other, I think he will be a steady hand until the next election when this community can make a decision on the direction that they want their school and their school committee to go. I think it's very important that we have someone who's been there, been through trying times, like the death of our previous superintendent, getting through COVID and back out of it. So I think he has the qualifications and the competencies that we're looking for at this moment in time.
Perfect. We're gonna go to Counselor Reynolds, then my turn.
I'll keep it short. I agree with a lot of what Dan said. You know, this is a unique scenario. We need someone for 6 months in a situation that's volatile. There are a lot of balls in the air already. We need someone who can hit the ground running, who understands the the process, who understands Charahoe and the system, and who can also be a consensus builder and potentially have to serve as chair. So I think in those unique circumstances among the nominees, Ryan is the best suited for that. I would encourage the others to please run in November. We need quality school committee members. And Ryan's already said he's not doing it again. So please, please run, because we need good people. We need committed people. And like Dan said, we need people who are going to do the work, understand the work, and work for what's best for our community.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'll try not to repeat too much, but I do want to share because everyone's right. This is a really big responsibility, even though it's for a very short amount of time. And I was actually very torn between picking somebody with a lot of experience who could hit the ground running, or somebody who was looking for more of a long-term, I want to do this for 4 years, because we've seen this seat now change over 3. This is the 3rd person in a 4-year term. That's a commitment. So I do hope that everybody who spoke tonight will choose to run, so we can have somebody be stable. This was our turn to have a chair of the school committee, and it turned over so many times. That position is more important, I think, on the school committee than people realize. You're setting the agenda, you're setting the tone, you're setting the rules, and it is the responsibility of them to keep the meeting in order. And the current school committee has failed to appoint a new chair. They're waiting for us. Sorry, I shouldn't use the word failed. They're waiting for us to make this appointment. So this person who we appoint tonight could very well be the next chair of the school committee. And I didn't realize actually until tonight that Mr. Callahan had served as chair. So I appreciate you sharing that with me. And that is why I would vote in favor of Mr. Callahan, because the school committee is clearly waiting for leadership. And now we're giving them 3 people who are currently serving on the school committee, who have been serving on the school committee a long time. And we're giving them a 4th person who has 6 years of experience. So they have 4 experienced people to pick for the chair. And I hope that they do it so we can move forward and take some of the bitterness and the tension from the school committee, because that is the reason why we have so many applicants tonight, is because those meetings are chaos, putting it lightly. So grateful for all the applicants. I would actually vote in favor of all of you, so the majority of you. So I will vote in favor of the motion we have on the floor at this time. Any other council comments before we do go to our motion?
One last thing,
Sure.
Madam President. I'm gonna, because of the experience, I'm gonna cross the aisle, and I'm going to support Mr. Callahan. And I hope in doing so, that shows you that I'm willing to do that. And you, sir, if you do get the nomination to the appointment, that you won't forget that. And if somebody comes up the opposite side that has an opposite opinion, you be very respectful, very thoughtful, and take what they have into consideration, and forget the party line sometimes.
All right, we'll go for our roll call vote. Councilor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Mr. Callahan, thank you so much for stepping up, and congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much for stepping up. Declarations for candidacy are at the end of June. Reach out to our town clerk's office if you have questions on how to do that. Please. On to our next. Okay.
Let's make shift. You want to give them a second to throw leave?
I don't know. I love public meetings. I think they want to hang out.
Okay. All right, sorry, man.
Well,
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
motion to appoint Jody Robinson to the Building Code Board of Appeals with term expiration January 31, 2031.
Second.
Any council discussion or questions? Is Jody here or online? It's been a long night. No.
Next meeting.
Unless they're I'm just, the reason I'm torn on this one is because our building code of appeals does not have a quorum and has had issues making a quorum. It has very specific qualifications, and this person meets one of those qualifications.
Yes, he does.
Right. Sorry, I misgendered the person at first.
And engineer, right?
Yes, exactly.
And this board has been without a quorum since prior to this council sitting, so it's been a while. So we can make a motion to void our own rules. Yes, sir. If you want me to stand to the podium and state your name for the record. I'm sorry, I didn't go to council discussion first.
My name's Paul Erdis. I am on the, that same board. Jody's a friend of mine. If it's possible, I can step out and call him. If there's things we can move around, he lives right down the street. I'll drive this out.
He's being voluntold in the most unique way I've ever seen. I'm comfortable going forward, but it's not only my decision. We do have a motion and a second. So I guess.
He is an active instructor at CCRI in their engineering department, so he may be there for that.
Sure.
I'll call him and ask him.
Thank you, Paul. Madam President, it deviates from precedence, not legal, correct?
That's an internal policy.
Then
You
yeah,
can vote on
Be
it.
fine with appointing it. Okay, thank you.
We've done it before.
Yeah.
I would feel comfortable doing it if this gentleman gets up and vouches for the gentleman. I.
Yeah, okay. So sounds like we have a council consensus, so I think we're good.
Call him and ask him to.
No, we're good to move
Oh,
forward. Yeah.
Okay. He is excited about it.
Oh, good. We're excited to have him. Hold that message if he's not watching on YouTube. So we'll go for our roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you so much.
Motion to accept the resignation with great thanks for her many years of service of Victoria Vona as tax collector clerk.
Second.
All right, we'll go for our roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
How many years was she here?
13 years.
13 years.
13 years.
Longest standing employee ever, right?
Not ever, no.
Well, in a long.
Currently.
Currently, in town hall. Mr. Arnold, I think,
Yeah.
got take on that with 31.
Yeah, it's great.
On her letter, because so many years, give her 2 gold seals.
You get a crown.
She did get a crown.
You get a
I'm not surprised she got a crown. All right, discussion and consideration of a appointment of a full board of canvasser member with a term expiring February 28th, 2030. Actually, so we have applications for 5 people, which is required by law. We did receive a letter from the first person on the list, Miss Pamela Rowland. She asked me to read it out loud, and I'm glad that we went forward with the prior person not being here because Pamela was unable to be here, but did send this letter and said I should read it, asked me to read it. So I'm going to kick it off with that. From Pamela, I would like to provide my statement of interest to become a full member of the Richmond Board of Canvassers on the off chance that I will not be able to attend in person at the May 5th Town Council meeting. I'm unexpectedly due to have surgery scheduled for 4/30/26. That includes a 5-day hospital stay. I will make every effort to attend by Zoom, but if I cannot, I hope you will share this statement publicly. I'm reading it. You may already know that since February 23, I have been an alternate for the Richmond Board of Canvassers. I've attended almost every board meeting and BOE training, absent only for critical appointments that could not be changed. In all board discussions, I have actively contributed, and on many occasions, I have provided signatures or votes as needed. I also bring extensive election experience. Since October 2020, I have been engaged in almost every town election process as a moderator, election clerk, supervisor, or BOC volunteer. This has informed my ability to contribute to the effectiveness of the board. It has also increased my confidence that the election process in Rhode Island is secure and high quality. This is my commitment to you. I will support secure and accessible elections with every Richmond citizen, regardless of political affiliation, and exercise their right and civic duty to vote on their conscience. Additionally, my experience in being part of our current Board of Canvassers has been extremely positive. I think our Board of Canvassers has been cooperative, like-minded group committed to well-run, secure, accurate elections. We've always worked to support our competent Richmond town staff who are equally committed to a fair voting process. I actually feel sad there is a position to fill on this board because I appreciated Ray Pouliot and thought he and I worked well together. All 5 board members have had good conversations, friendly exchanges, and mutual understanding on issues, political and otherwise. I would be honored to fill this position, and if chosen, I believe that a harmonious, balanced nature of the board will remain intact. Thank you for receiving my statement. I hope I can continue to serve Richmond this way going forward. All right, that was such a sweet letter, especially after coming out of the school committee conversations. So do we have a nomination, or maybe we could hear from Barbara, Linda, Christopher, and Alexis first? We'll start with Barbara. Is she here and available or online? She didn't submit a letter, so I'm going to move on to the next person, Miss Zambrano. To share a little bit about your interest in the Board of Canvassers.
Yes, Linda Zambrano, longtime resident of Richmond. I am looking to present myself as an alternate for the Board of Canvassers, because even though I've been a supervisor at a number of elections and that, and I've been on different committees and helped with community things, being mostly retired now, I have the time and just am interested in serving the community better. And any questions? I mean, I would like to learn about it. That's why I'm asking to become an alternate so that I can learn more and help my community.
Awesome. I appreciate that. You have a question?
Yeah, Fräulein, können Sie bitte beschreiben? No, I'm kidding. Just want to leave that to the clerks. Shave us off.
So
You got that right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Kona.
Chris Kona, Richmond. The fairness of our elections is the cornerstone of American democracy. From these elections, the people are able to provide their inputs on how to share and shape the government, to ensure the government makes the best interest and the policies of where the people are. It's the best way to get a read of what the population is looking for at large. And from that, I think then the fact that we have fair elections is one of the most important things that we can do as government, that the government can do, that the Board of Canvassers does for the town of Richmond. So a good canvassing board makes sure that the voice of everyone who's in Richmond gets heard and recognized. So from that perspective, our past board members have exemplified this. They've done an outstanding job of making sure that regardless of what the election was and where they were, that they gave a chance for everyone to vote and make sure that that anyone, regardless of where the challenges were able to do that. That said, would certainly be honored to help fill this position. I think it's important that we have the right people to fill this position, and I'd be happy to help serve the town. I do think that this position and the role that this has is very much nonpartisan. It doesn't matter where the state law says that we must have people from each party, but once they are there, their role has been to act for what the voters need, make sure the voters' voice gets recognized. And like I said, the last board has done that very well, and I think it would be important that where we pick, we'll continue that sort of trend.
Awesome. Thank you. Last we have Alexis Turner. Is she online or not available? Just fine.
Alexis Turner is watching sick kids.
Oh, okay. Important duties. I hope everyone's okay. So with that, do we have nominations or discussion? Yeah, sure.
I'll nominate Pamela Rowland for the full Board of Canvasser member, term expiring February 28th, 2030.
All right. Any other nominations?
Point of information,
Yeah.
we also need to nominate an alternate.
We're gonna have to, when Pamela's out of her seat, then have it on the next agenda.
Got it, okay.
Thank you.
President?
Sure, go ahead.
Aaron, you would know this better than anybody, but as far as I know, the makeup of the board has to be so many Republicans, so many Democrats.
It has to be bipartisan, and so our
What's
previous board, we had 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat. You could certainly have 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. So if both parties were reached out to provide pursuant to the appointment procedure, so this position could have been either or. However, should you go forward with Pamela, the alternate can only be a Democrat because we have a full alternate Republican.
Right.
But that would have to be at a later date. The party would have to put up 5 names of alternate members.
So there were no Republicans that put their names in?
Correct.
I had the same question as you actually, and I called Erin to make sure before we move forward that, I wanted my I's, dotted and my T's crossed, and it was confirmed to me that there was a deadline. The Republicans were reached out to twice, and no names have been submitted by the deadline for the agenda. Have you heard otherwise?
Yeah, Madam President, through you,
Well,
Aaron?
yeah. I asked you a direct question, so you can just tell me the answer to the question I asked you.
Yes,
What did you hear?
that they weren't notified.
Okay, Erin,
The same emails went to the party. Each party has to file their committee makeup of officers with the town clerk's office as well as the Board of Elections. The contacts on those sheets were reached out to on 2 occasions, reminding of the deadline. And we did receive a follow-up question on what the criteria would be from an individual, however, not necessarily an officer. So I believe they were aware of it based on that.
okay. So do you know offhand who the officer is?
The committee chairman.
The committee chairperson, yeah. Who is it?
Mr. Alex McKindle.
Alex McKendall, and who responded to the email? Do you guys know?
No, it didn't respond to that email. just
Oh,
reached
responded
out
inquiring.
Separately.
Yeah, because
Do you know who it was?
And
Miss Dinsmore? Okay, so Alex McKendall and Miss Dinsmore are aware of it. They've been prominent in the Republican Party. They're the ones who have the paperwork signed. I mean, you sent it to the Democrat chair and the Republican chair, and we have a deadline.
Kendra.
Oh, Kendra sent
Both
it.
parties.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I say you like team.
I know.
Madam President,
sure.
if you could entertain,
For sure,
No.
yeah. Council discussion's over. We'll go to the public, I suppose. Ms. Sheehan.
So I take responsibility for it. Our old chair, Alex, resigned, and we were in the process of getting a new chair. So our communications were messed up. So I only realized that we had this issue 2 days ago, which was already past the deadline for putting our paperwork in, so.
Mhm.
My responsibility, I know it should be a Republican, but anyway, that's what happened, transition, and I said to the new chair, I have to give you a paper, we have to send this new paper in. But he was only elected on the 24th, I think.
Okay. Who's your new chair? Who's your new chair?
Really?
Nice to meet you. I understand things happen. Thank you for taking ownership of it. I appreciate
Thank
that. I would say I don't think it needs to be Republican, as it was mentioned. This board is nonpartisan. We need one of one. We need a makeup of both, so this seat could have been held by either. And with Pamela's extensive experience, I would still go forward with making a motion too. We already have that motion on the floor, so I would still go forward with a vote to approve her, just due to her experience. Any other council discussion? All right, we'll go for a roll call vote. Councilor Colasanti,
same,
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and myself, yes. Thank you to Pamela and for all our applicants. All right, on to our consent agenda. Does anybody have anything they'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
You need to pull 1B.
1B, any others? All right, I'll,
President, move to approve consent agenda A, C, E, and E, please.
all right, we'll go for a roll call vote. Councilor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right, I'll make a motion to approve 1B. Or did you have discussion on it, or was it abstaining?
No, it's a correction.
All right, we have our motion, our second discussion for your.
So this is the regular meeting minutes. The announcement of the vote in the executive session is a typo. It says that the town administrator is authorized to propose that the barracks were not suitable. It should be authorized to advise that the barracks were not suitable.
I'll agree with that change. All right, we'll continue with our vote to approve the minutes, as suggested and amended. Councilor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. On to public forum. The purpose of public forum is to give members of the public an opportunity to address the town council about items not on the agenda. We ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes. You'll have one opportunity to address the council during public forum. This is out of courtesy of others who wish to speak to ensure we have equal time for all. There'll be a timer that will go off when your 3 minutes are up, so you know to finish. If you need more time, we welcome you to submit your comments in writing to the town clerk to be included as a communication section of the agenda. All comments should be directed to the president and not any other person present. This is per our rules and procedures. Do we have anybody for public comment tonight? One in the front and then one in the back.
I thought it'd be
Thank you
over
for your
on a
patience.
Brit box at this time, but I'm Kristen Chambers from Richmond, and I just want to take the opportunity to let the public know about the Richmond 250 events that are starting in earnest this month. We've already had one, but most of our events are May through September. And information can be found on our Facebook page if you're on Facebook, Richmond 250. And also on the town website. We have monthly cemetery cleanups. The next one will be on Saturday, May 16th at 10 a.m. We're cleaning up the one that is on the Washington County Fairgrounds property in preparation for our field day event on June 14th. Also in May, we have a speaker every month. In May, it's Mark Trimmer who is speaking on General Varnum. That's on May 14th. He'll be in uniform of the Kentish Guard. We have 2 book talks on Zoom, which is pretty free form, and the information will also be an event guide, which will be in local stores, hopefully within the next week or 2. We'll be in the Memorial Day Parade, Field Day in June. We need volunteers to help us with, tables, kids' games, all kinds of things. We really want the public to be involved. In August, we have a history hunt, like a scavenger hunt, which families or individuals can be involved in. And there will be a culminating celebration at the end of the month. September, we have a Liberty tree planting at the town hall and a time capsule. In September, we have the Bell School 200th birthday party. We need volunteers for that as well. We want a lot of student involvement with that, so I've been in touch with the principals of the 3 schools. We have a senior snapshot program. We really want anyone 60 or older, if you would like a professional photograph taken and a short interview to be published in the Richmond Historical Society newsletter. And we're thinking of photographs either in the town hall or at the Clark Library or at the field day. Don't be shy, because I've had people tell me I'm not important. I'm just, regular person. That is who we want. We don't need a town council member unless they're 60.
We're not seniors.
I know my time is up. And we have a school student contest,
Ending soon.
contest, which we've got all the entries in that met the deadline. We'll be judging them at our May meeting. We meet once a month upstairs in the town hall. Our next meeting is on May 18th. The public is invited at 6:30. And also, just this last plug for the Richmond Historical Society, we have our annual meeting this Saturday, May 9th, at the Senior Center at 1 p.m. If you're interested or just want to know other volunteer opportunities for the town, please join us and be involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. When you get to the podium, please state your name for the record.
Jasmine Roy, Hopkinton Town Council, and current candidate for District 39. I am here to say hello to the esteemed members of the council, Madam President. And what I bring to you tonight, I would think is a gift. I'm so glad that the commission lady, the commission woman is here for the 250. There is a website called Freedom 250, and they have 6 museum buses that they are sending around the country all year long in commemoration of the 250th year of the Declaration of Independence. They are rolling museums. And I was thinking in Hopkinton, how can we incorporate this? Unfortunately, Hopkinton does not have a big enough pavement area to house one of these rolling museums. You can do it any time of year. I was thinking like probably like a September or fall when kids are back in school and they can do something on the weekends. It's free. If you put in a request for a date, I was thinking in my head, maybe Charo Plaza because it's large enough and there's parking and there's not many businesses in there, which is another whole issue I'd like to address at another time. But I think this is a great opportunity, and if I could implement it in Hopkinton, if we had enough space, I would snatch it right up. But I'm giving this to you all as a gift to consider for sometime this year to give to children and to adults and anyone else who's interested in a fun time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else for public forum? Do we have anybody online? All right, we'll go on to reports.
Great, so we have received from Representative Cotter in the past a 2,500 congressional grant, and we utilize it for t-shirts for our recreation program expenses, camp supplies. This is just seeking approval of that mission.
All right,
Motion to authorize the town administrator to apply for a recreation grant from Representative Cotter.
Second.
any council questions or discussion? We'll go for a vote. Counselor Dinsmore. I'm not so sorry. Old habits are dying hard. That's why I wrote it down. Counselor Colasanti.
I want to get more time.
You get younger every day.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. On to your next item, please.
My next item is building hours in consideration. When Chris and we looked at the charter, the council has the power to establish department hours. So there is no public hearing required. I do believe it's really important that the budget was based on this adjustment to town hall hours. And so the sooner we can start advertising to the public, the better.
Mhm.
So it would just be approval of what we discussed for hours. Opening earlier Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 8:30 to 4 with a 30-minute lunch closure, and Tuesdays opening early and extending late till 6 p.m. with a 1-hour lunch closure, keeping us at the 30 hours that the building currently applies. So if you want to do that, and a second consideration is just looking at holidays that may fall on a Friday, knowing that there's other departments that fall under this personnel ordinance, so you don't necessarily need to make any change to it, but I just wanted to highlight that for those that.
All right.
I have a
Sure, go ahead.
Madam President, coming in the 11th hour again, and I hate to keep using that same phrase, but does that include the public works guys too? So they're not gonna,
This is just for town hall staff.
all right.
So dispatchers are 40 hours, police are 40 hours currently, and public works are 40 hours. Town hall staff is 30 hours. So it's no adjustment to
I
them.
thought that included them where they were gonna work Monday through Thursday, have Fridays off too. No. Okay.
All right. Any other questions, or can we have a motion on this?
Motion
Nope. All right.
to establish town hall building hours effective June 29th, 2026 of Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. with a 30-minute lunch closure. Tuesdays, 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. with a 1-hour lunch closure.
Second it. Any further council questions or discussion? All right. Well, oh,
Yeah.
sure, go ahead.
I think I asked this question before, forgive me if I did. But I think you mentioned there was only one other town in this whole state that has these kinds of hours.
Yep, Gloucester have these hours, but there's several towns in Connecticut actually that have these hours.
Interesting.
Okay,
Eastern.
because, you know, just myself, always working in the private sector. When I look at Vibeco and our industries in town, those cars are in that parking lot till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. They work a 40-hour work week. I'm just miffed.
If we extended our hours to 40 hours, it would have added to the budget. So this was a creative way of providing reductions in the budget and keeping 30 hours while extending the current service hours. Now, so if we had included public works and dispatchers, then they would have been reduced 10 hours, and that isn't really operational.
Yeah.
Again, in the private sector, one last thing. If I had employees over 45 years that only worked 30 hours, I would have to hire more people, more benefits, all right, more health plans, because everybody's only working 30 hours, and now you have to staff your offices more because you're only working 30 hours.
Well, respectfully, we're not changing their hours, right? They're having the same hours that that they've always had, including during our first term together. So I don't think that we're not changing anything. But I understand the concern with
Yeah.
closing a day because we can, you know, it changes businesses. As somebody who's been to almost every town hall in the state due to her job, I know what it's like. I was the one who said, "Hey, Foster does it, don't they?" But we determined as a council, we felt like it would help our budget reduce in a few different manners, in a few different ways. And the budget that we just approved earlier is accounting for this. So I'm going to go forward with it today. We did survey our employees as well, just for new members of the public who may not be hearing this. We had a few people who weren't on board for it, but I do think the workforce is going to a 4-day work week manner. So I'm excited that we were able to bring this through. I think this was started by Councillor Dinsmore and Councillor Madnick quite some time ago. So it's got bipartisan support as well. We have our town planner.
There had been some discussion of having a carve out for people who attend night meetings. Is that included in this language? Okay.
Well, it doesn't, it was the intent of the council to,
Yeah.
any department head that works, you know, into the late evenings on Tuesdays would have a evening break. So those days, your day would end at 4, so you could return back.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure that that was memorialized.
Yeah, no, these are the building hours, not specific employee schedules will be determined through the administrator.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll go for our roll call vote. Councillor Colasanti,
Same.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And myself, yes.
So the second part of that is just to determine an effective date. This aligns with the recommendation of the budget for the fiscal year. And because it starts midweek of that, I think the closest start should be June 29th.
That's what I said.
Was that?
I think it was.
Oh,
Okay.
project, sorry.
Kill 2 birds.
He's efficient.
He is, yeah.
10 minutes of 9, we're gonna do it.
And then I just wanted to point that out, but I don't believe there needs to be any adjustment to the holidays because those staff members that are currently working 4 days have the Friday off anyway. And there is other non-union staff that fall under this provision, such as dispatchers, stuff. So I don't believe there needs to be an amendment to that, but just wanted to point that out.
Awesome.
Great. So the next one, and probably should have started with this first because we have some great members of our public works in the audience tonight, and I appreciate that. But the governor sent over a certificate of special recognition for the work done during the blizzard, and I believe that our town was the best in the response, and maybe it had come, and I know that the council had recognized the hard work of the public works, but I just thought that we should put it back out there again and thank them for the hard work that they did that day or the week.
Yeah, right. Second, I know we gave them accolades before, so I appreciate it. It's getting statewide attention.
And now it's finally spring, so we are moving on from
Tree cutting.
the wet stuff.
All right.
So thank you again. The next item is a memorandum of understanding with the FCC regarding the Shannick Fire Tower. That is finally moving. It is, for everybody's benefit, that's the radio tower that was destroyed in the fire, and we had quite the holdup with Rhode Island Historical regarding the location and what we would have to do for the tower. We're actually building it closer to the road and not in the existing location. That was the only way we could get that to move, and we really need to get that moving so that way we can finish the project, and that aligns with our ARPA funding. So we are working, Scott Barber has been working really hard, along with Chief Johnson, with our consultant Elevated to get this project moving. They've broken ground. Cody actually, Public Works has lent a hand as well. And this is just the agreement with the FCC regarding that. There was one, I did send it to the solicitor. There was really no, we don't feel any need to amend it. There was one suggestion that Chief Barber made under mitigation, and saying that the town could work with other outside entities to raise funding for that recognition piece that they're requiring, but we believe we're kind of in a good place for that, so.
Okay. Awesome. Can we have an action or motion on this item?
Motion to authorize the town administrator to sign a memorandum of understanding with the FCC regarding the Shannick Fire Tower.
Second.
Any council questions?
Just a quick question. So will the ARPA funds cover the reconstruction of the cabin?
So there is ARPA funding and there is congressional district funding, twofold projects, so yes.
Thanks.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Thank you for your report. We are on to our report from the Wild and Scenic Stewardship Council. Denise Schreier. Thank you so much for your patience this evening.
I've been really bedtime,
I've been
but
very excited for this project as well, so well worth the wait.
so I won't dazzle you with what Wild and Scenic is all about, but I will tell you that I am the Denise Poyer, longtime Richmond resident. I'm on the one of the appointed members of the Woodquaquatuck Wild and Scenic Rivers Stewardship Council, which is a big name. As part of this designation of Wild and Scenic from 2019, we get funding through the National Park Service for Partnership Wild and Scenic Rivers. And one of the projects that we're doing right now is we want to put a rain garden in every town in the watershed. There's 12 towns in 2 states. In my discussion with your town planners, she identified that you have a property over here that you're developing for the town.
Yes.
So our criteria to work with the towns for the rain gardens is that they need to be on public property, they need to be visible, and they need to have an issue that a rain garden can address. I gave you a little information about rain gardens, happy to answer any questions about it, but basically they're more of a natural looking structure that does a better job of absorbing pollutants and making sure that runoff is infiltrated into the ground. The Wild and Scenic Committee Council can put $2,000 towards materials. And what we like to do is we'll work with the town, find a site, maybe work with the DPW to create the depression and gravel that we need. Then we provide the materials, the plants. We will help organize volunteers to do it. And then we would be looking from the town to maybe help with the maintenance of it, but we can also identify volunteer groups to do that. When we say garden though, I gotta warn you, it's not flowers, it's not a set of flowers, it's gonna be more herbaceous plants, cattails, shrubs, but something that can tolerate water.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Do you need our approval or?
I think so, yes,
Okay.
because then we can move forward with it.
Yeah, and then actually, Counselor Palmigano and I have weekly meetings about the property across the street. So if you ever need anything, need to collaborate with the team, we can pull you in on those meetings. You probably don't need to join us every week, but
Well,
as you're getting closer, we can loop you in.
And that's what we'd like to do. We'd like to be involved with the design of it, of that particular aspect of it, and we're working with Save the Bay also on this.
Okay.
Yeah, one question. How big is this area gonna be?
So it's gonna depend on what your runoff needs are and what we think can be a reasonable size. So it won't solve all the problems of runoff on the property, but it should be able to be a big chunk of it.
Madam President, just follow-up question.
Yeah, I don't see anybody else, so go ahead.
Just maybe through you, the Public Works Director is here. Are you gonna, you guys are kind of like maxed out as it is right now. Do you think you can squeeze this into your schedule to maintain something else? Because you guys would be doing it.
Are you
So
requesting?
we could also look into getting volunteer groups to do it as well. And the maintenance, once they're established, they should not require that much maintenance. But the first year, yes, they would have to be watered.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Yeah, just.
Oh my God, I did it again. Palmigano.
Santi.
I know nobody. Never met you before.
Denise, just count me in as a volunteer when you are building. I'd love to help.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I was gonna say counselor. All right, any other counselor questions?
I'm gonna say, what are you drinking tonight?
Probably coffee, that's why he's still.
No, I can't have coffee late at night or I'll be up all night. That's the problem. So no other questions here? We have our motion, our second, correct? No? All right, can we have a motion, please? All right, I'll make a motion. All right, go ahead, Counselor Reynolds.
Motion to authorize the town administrator and or planner to do whatever is necessary to obtain a grant from the Wood Pawcatuck Wild and Scenic River Stewardship Council for the installation of a rain garden at 4 Richmond Townhouse.
All right,
Second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? Sure, go ahead, Counselor Rounding.
Yeah, I was kind of a little concerned this might happen. Do we want to lock ourselves in for Richmond Townhouse Road? I know that's what they've discussed.
Yeah, okay. Construct a rain garden at a location to be determined by them.
Thank you.
Our town planner has something she'd like to add.
This site was picked specifically because the design calls for rain gardens. And part of the funding is that it has to be in a highly visible location. And I could not think of a more visible location that would explain what a rain garden is and does in for Richmond Townhouse.
I appreciate not wanting.
Now you have to
down.
have the flexibility. It's something.
Yeah.
And the flexibility would be fine, we are not tied into it. And the idea is we'll work with the town. And another criteria, I'm sorry, I probably am speaking out of order, but would be that we'd like to have put a sign near the rain garden explaining what it is, use it as an educational tool and credit all the groups that worked with it, including the town of Richmond.
Perfect.
And GZA, who did the initial site layout on the pavilion, has a proposed area of where the rain garden would go. So that's already kind of on that site.
Awesome.
Would it-
We'll go for our.
Actually, I agree 100%, but make an amendment to the motion that it's gonna be volunteer-based maintenance and not the responsibility of the town in any way.
I have an amendment to our motion. I do not hear a second.
I think we would want, this would count towards an in-kind match for the project for installation. But I think future maintenance.
Rain gardens are very low maintenance, if at all, correct?
Once they're established, yes.
Yeah.
So yes, the first year, but again, there's the Richmond Elementary School across the street there. I mean, there's Boy Scout groups, I believe this is enough volunteer enthusiasm in this town that we should be able to come.
Senior garden club.
Garden club, yeah.
Right, good.
So there's plenty of opportunity
Yeah.
around. All right, so we do have our original motion on the floor. We'll go for our vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Napolitano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. James.
All right, since it is 1 minute of 9, can we have a motion to go past 9 with a 5-minute break? That's the motion I'm making.
So moved, second.
Any council discussion? Oh, we'll go for our vote. Counselor Colasanti?
Yes.
Madnick?
Yes.
Napolitano?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Reluctantly, yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Look, that would be,
sometime. All right, can we please have a motion to reconvene?
So moved.
Second,
Before I vote, Counselor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
yes.
O'Shannell.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. On to new business, discussion and consideration of a request from Land Use Code to amend the zoning ordinance 1823, adaptive reuse. With a referral, we have to refer this to the zoning board, the planning board, an advisory opinion, and advertise for a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, I'm sure we'll discuss when the public hearing happens. Counselor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. Why are you
I'm
laughing
just,
at me?
I'm laughing because we've had it here all
Oh,
night.
no.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
But in the public hearing, do you want to share something? Wait all that time.
I don't need to put the cart before the horse, so if you
Okay.
have any questions or.
All right, you keep your secrets.
Smooth, thanks.
Okay.
That's exactly how we did it for the propane one too. It was just on at the end. Okay, all right. So now on to other new business. Request from Councilor Madnick. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so we can take all three of these at the same time. It really has to do with the infrastructure priorities we have in terms of road improvements. We've had a number of funding streams over the last couple of years, some leftover funds. During last year's budget session, we invested $551,000 plus a state match into roads. We had determined that the Wilbur Hill area was going to get repaved. We're going to have some leftover money for potentially Old Mountain and chip sealing Pine Hill. We may have some money left over from the road bond from a few years ago. We're also allocating $300,000 for road improvements in this budget. So what I'd like to do is have a discussion. Hopefully Danielle can provide us with projections on the leftover funds and what we'll have to use this year, and potentially reconsider where our priorities are given the substantial issues we have on some of our major thoroughfares in our community, along with going out for RFPs to determine what the cost is going to be. There's been so much volatility in the economy, and especially with oil prices recently, that asphalt products they've been going up and down. And what we thought for estimates a couple years ago has definitely changed. So I think we need to have a full understanding of how much money we have, how much money we think it's going to cost to do what we need to do on the high priority roads that had been provided from our DPW director in the 2025 road evaluation report, and then determine how we're going to move forward. In not just my opinion, but speaking with Gary and speaking, Councilor Wilcox and with Danielle and Aaron last year, our top priorities: Pine Hill Road, Old Mountain Road, and KG Ranch and Cherry Lane. So we somehow have to determine how we're going to prioritize it, see if there's any options for us to move forward, and see if we can somehow remediate these roads near term or long term to try to make it a little bit easier for our residents and non-residents to get around. So that's really all encompassing what I'd like to discuss tonight. So the first thing I'd like to request is give the floor to Danielle, and hopefully she has some good numbers for us.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
We can see, are we prepared with those numbers today, or is this something we need to do a motion to?
I do have numbers.
Okay.
So that during budgeting, what we could be, but again, they're all estimates, except for the Miozy bid for Wilbur Hill, that was definitely 155,000. So after Pinehurst was done with the reimbursement that we received last year from DOT, right now we should have about 780,000 available. And then we'll have 455, 306 for the Miozy bid for Wilbur Hill. And then, as Gary's explained, we have tree work and drainage, which we've estimated to be about 100,000. So after those two,
Is the tree work related to Wilbur Hill?
yes,
Okay.
yep, it's all for the same project. We'll have about 225 left. So that's what we have going into next fiscal year. And then we've put 300,000 in for the budget. So that's 600, well, with the reimbursement that we should receive from DOT we're capped at 133,509. So with that, should have by the end of Wilbur Hill, 650, like 660 to do whatever you guys decide to do next.
And we don't have any more money left over from the bond.
No, that was exhausted.
660 was the last.
About 660, yeah. Estimate.
Yeah, estimated.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Councilor Palmigano.
Yeah, I know that was something that Gary had talked about, that certain roads don't necessarily require the same level of repair or investment. Wilbur Hill, I believe, needed all new paving. Pine Hill needed some patching or some preventative maintenance, I think, and that obviously has a different cost ratio. And I know Gary's here and Cody's here. Is that correct?
He'll have to speak to the next roads, I'm not sure.
Okay. I
didn't
knew
know
that.
the bottom line money should be about 660.
Yeah, but not all the projects would cost what Wilbur Hill cost.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's the problem or the, knowledge. Every road has different needs.
So I suppose, do we know what the next priority road is? And then do we know what that would
I
cost?
think we have our town administrators looking to speak.
Sorry, thank you.
So I think it's really important for everybody to understand, Dan alluded to this, is that every road has different needs, every road, and the needs are substantially different cost-wise. And resurfacing Pine Hill was talked about, that is quite low compared to reclamation and paving of, say, Old Mountain. When we get into discussions of Cherry Lane and KG Ranch, that is got to come up quite a lot to fully repair that road. There is drainage infrastructure projects, there's engineering that is quite substantial, there is permits. So that is not anywhere near the scope of Wilbur Hill in any shape or form. And please, Cody and Gary, chime in if I'm misspeaking, but that road has a very specific need. We are, they just finished the drainage work on Wilbur Hill. We're getting ready to pave the next week.
Could start this week,
They
Eric.
could, and so once that is over, we'll know where we stand for the drainage and the tree work estimates to know if we have a little bit more to go into that. The fuel market is volatile. That is a direct descent in asphalt and paving. And so the only way we're going to know what project to do is us going out to bid. However, I would not recommend going out to bid quite yet until we're ready closer to the project, so we have a better estimate of what the pricing would be. I think it's important for tonight's discussion. We had this prepared for budget numbers and the reporting, but sometimes these items that come on the agenda, the expectation of staff to have a full comprehensive discussion on this, just getting this agenda on Friday, some of us, is just kind of an expectation I wanted to set, but we did have this prepared for our budget process. But if you're looking at changing any kinds of roads, we could go out for RFP to see what those costs would be. But like I said, every road has a different need and cost, and those vary by a lot. Because of the federal shutdown, Pear was working, as we're aware of the KG Ranch area. We have not received any updates or anything on a lot of our projects that involve culvert work that are federally funded. When the federal shutdown, like all of that stuff, they just started to resurface. And when the time comes and we have the recommendation, part of that federal funding could be the design of that culvert, and the council kind of discussed that. But bringing up that road in that area is quite substantial. And we, I don't know, Gary, if you even have a figure of what that would be in the KG Ranch Cherry Lane area. Do the council want to look at a temporary fix maybe for that area? But a full reconstruction of that is substantial. So, and the only way you guys can make those decisions is having current RFPs and pricing. But I don't want to do that now because the market is going insane and we're nowhere near ready to do that. And then you'll lock into that price when we're gonna pave in August and September, another area.
Okay.
You know, I'd just like to continue the questioning. So for my understanding, at least for KG Ranch and Cherry regarding the Pear Corporation, the presentation, they wanted us to raise it somewhere between 3 to 4 inches. We needed to put in 2 culverts. I think it's possible to do something there without doing the culverts. We can do it piecewise. Just let's for talking purposes. If we were to repave the whole thing, which I think is going to be more expensive than what we have available, we could do the culverts later. Although it may undermine what's there. Another option, I spoke to Gary about it yesterday, is potentially removing the asphalt that's there and leaving it as a dirt road similar to Carolina Nooseneck. At least it will not be as uneven as it is now, and we can grade that over and over again if it becomes a problem. I know Exeter did that quite a bit for a long time with a lot of the roads before they paved them. That road is in bad condition. I was down there a couple weeks ago. Really bad condition. Old Mountain's another one that's in really bad condition.
I'm gonna stop you. So when you say that road's in real, are we talking about?
Sorry, KG Ranch.
Okay.
Yes, KG Ranch and Cherry, a portion of it are in really bad condition, at least in my opinion. And Old Mountain is also in bad condition, and it got some patchwork, which really helped. So I appreciate the DPW doing that. So you're looking for options, like near term, is there fixes so that we can do something now? 600,000 is likely not going to be enough to. It's not enough to do all 3 units. 2, I'm not even sure it's going to be enough to do 1. So I don't know if maybe Gary's or any of the DPW employees are willing to speak on what options we have for some of these roads. Maybe some insight.
Can I
Just
ask
looking
a
for some-
question about Old Mountain? 'Cause I don't drive on that. I live in Hope Valley. I don't ever
Yeah.
drive on Old Mountain, but I know you do every day. Some of it has been patched. Is it that really tough corner at the end? I think you know what I'm talking about. Is that still an awful
What's
corner?
been passed is actually closer to Councilor
Okay.
Conte's house. That area is pretty bad. There's a section that was repaved that's pretty good, but from that corner is bad up towards Hillsdale.
Yeah.
But when you go the other way up the hill, when you get what's the road that you live on? I can't remember the name. Right.
Okay.
Oak Hill. That to Carolina Nooseneck that's an awful stretch.
Mhm.
And if I remember correctly from DPW director, that needs to go all the way down to the base. There's nothing there. It needs a water remediation. It's not just a top coat.
I've been on that road, and when you're coming around the bend, going west, I mean, there was a couple of occasions where I had to actually stop because the people were trying to avoid the bumps and the bruises in the road, and it was like, holy moly, yeah, it's especially right on that corner. But my question is, which one of those roads is the most heavily traveled?
KG Ranch.
KG Ranch Road? Everybody cuts through.
It's in worse shape. We don't.
Hold on, I got none of that because everyone spoke at once. So hold on. Did I have anybody over here? All right, I'll hear from the member of the public, then we'll go to Gary.
Sorry?
We have our DPW director. He might answer your question. Did you have something you want to add, sir? Or Gary? We'll go for our DPW director, then we'll go to the public. Sorry.
Gary, in your opinion of those roads, what's more traveled?
We really don't monitor data that. I wish there was a way we could. And I'm sure there is a lot of traffic, because I know you got a lot of people come from the Arcadia side. But also, Old Mountain's a center, like a hot road through the town. That's one of your main cogs too, so. As far as Pine Hill, I mean, that'd be the time to catch it now with like the rubberized chip seal, but there's a flat rate of doing that, square yards, but there is shimming involved, and it depends how much shimming you get into. The price goes up a little bit, but like we were saying before, the state MPA that's coming out, there's a big cog with West Greenwich. I'm not sure if Charleston's involved, Hopland will probably be involved. I don't know if they're doing crack sealing that, but there's something with top coat and I really want to get involved with that. There's a program. Eventually I'm gonna have the guy come and talk, give a presentation what he does, Joe McGuire. Because there's so much piggybacking between all the towns, and it saves, like, the more you piggyback somebody else, that price drops too, even on the mileage, so. But I don't know, I'm not a big fan of splitting roads up like Old Mountain, because the part that is, but that's when the bridge collapsed, that's just an inch and a half overlay, so that's still gotta get done. But back last year, I did kind of a ballpark price from doing the bottom half up to the top, then from Carolina up to the top of the hill before going down to stuff that was paved. And even the prices, what we got last year's came, and the plant hasn't even come out with the price for this year. So what last year, for Wilbur Hill, that's done. This year, I have no clue what the price is gonna be with it. Because the liquid asphalt was $635 a ton last year. And this year it's 40, but the plant's still only even open to the second week of April. And so who knows what's gonna be? Now it's gonna be in demand because all the bids that were done over the winter and that, all the towns, DOT, everybody's gonna be paving now.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's gonna escalate right up. And the diesel fuel, it's not gonna, price is gonna be right up there.
Yeah.
I figure something right now, I'm sure it'll be more, probably
Yeah.
to do the whole mountain, I bet it's gonna be close to 850.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate not wanting to split it up. I think when we had our little subcommittee group to discuss the roads, I was the one who said the corner on Old Mountain was really tough, and you said, I don't like to split up roads, but I heard the same complaint that Counselor Colasanti was explaining when I was canvassing that street. He would explain it to me and show it to me, but also I've been on Cherry Lane and I go to Arcadia all the time, so I know
Just
it's a
like
tough one too.
Hillsdale, that was done in 4 different sections.
Yeah.
KG Ranch
But we do,
from McGinnity's.
Oh, I know.
Road
do
3
you mind
has
just,
been done.
we do need like your name for the record and everything.
Yeah, Joe Bajar,
Yeah.
I live in KG Ranch.
Yeah, thank you.
But from McGinnity's north has never been done. So if you split the road, half has been done. It has berms, it has everything else, but the other end has.
Yeah,
been
right
done
there,
in
yeah, just
years.
before you come down this house, that line's right there with
Yeah,
the.
it's.
And then I'm gonna call on the gentleman behind you. Do you still want to have something to say as well? If you want to step up to the podium, Gary will have you up to see, I guess.
William Delaventura, KG Ranch Road. No, I was just wondering about. I know you just said you don't like to split the road.
He doesn't like to split the road.
Split the road, but we're talking about, budget shortfall here, right?
Right.
So if you take half a KG Ranch, he was just speaking about, we could get the rest of it done for less money than doing the whole road.
Right.
The same thing with Old Mountain. I rode my bike on Old Mountain today. Okay, I rode my bike because I wanted to see it. It's nowhere near as bad as KG Ranch, and it's similar in a way that half of it isn't so bad from what I saw. It wasn't so bad. It was that half that you were speaking about that where it gets kind of bad. So we don't have the money. Let's come up with a solution to at least get us. I mean, it's awful driving on my road every day.
And then there's other short terms, well, like I said, you'd like to do it, but that was the states at one time. Even if they did up to the last house for now,
Yeah.
we can go out the rest of the.
So what are next steps?
Different ways to look, I don't know, I sound like they do it all for good. I know.
Thank you so much.
That's just like, for instance, one more thing is, Quarry Trail, that ain't bad yet, but that entrance is really gotta be done. That's something that we actually could do a little overlay. Do that, but little things like that, but as far as pricing. Do we actually go out for a bid on reclaiming? That's when we'll find out what it's really going for.
Yeah.
So, Gary, when do you think that's gonna be? When you're gonna have where the pricing's gonna be set, where we've gotta do something, and I know the prices are gonna be high, but we've gotta find out what they are. So we know what we can do. So when do you?
I think we talked that we wanted to go back out to bid in July because we don't want to go too late into the fall because everybody's going to be scrambling for the same vendors to get the paving done for the reporting that we have to have done. So once Wilbur Hill's done and all the bills are in, I think we would go out to bid packages for all these projects you discussed, and then you guys can make a decision how you'd reallocate the funding.
That makes sense.
And you're not gonna know till you go out there, but if you're going with the reclamation and full paving.
Right.
You ain't gonna have you can guesstimate, but who can guess it right now at this moment?
Yeah.
And then if it goes out to bid, you get bids and then sufficient? No, can't do it right now, at least we know where we are.
Right, so so I guess let's talk about what we want to get bids on that we can then parse out. So we're set on, all right, this is what we want to do when it's time. And we'll figure out how much money we have when we get the bids back, and that will determine, okay, we can do this, we can't do that. So what's on our wish list?
So we had planned to go out for chip sealing of Pine Hill Road in its entirety.
Right.
We had planned on doing the sections that were identified in Old Mountain Road. However, I would also, a full reclamation and paving. However, I would also at the same time put in a bid to do the entire Old Mountain Road, so you can compare to see what it would be per section.
At least we can
Do
say.
alternates,
And
yeah.
that. So those were the two directions we received previously.
Yep.
If you want to add KG Ranch Road and Cherry Lane, certainly can do that, but they would both need full reclamation and paving.
Well, two, no. Can't do nothing to all that DM. All that peer engineering's done.
You can't.
Well, that stands, because in it came down to a case where we gotta pick and do that. We could go from McKinley's house out in Cherry Lane if that came to a worse solution.
There's,
It's that bad.
We gotta.
so there's option for even like a part, like a. Yeah, sure.
There's a tree almost in the middle of.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Say it's on the register. But that's before Cherry Lane. It's a huge oak tree.
That's protected.
So.
Yeah.
Right, we need to widen the road too, so we need to widen the road to a proper.
Well, you're gonna have to put.
I'm not able to
stop
hear
sign.
multiple people at once, which is why we usually have people come to the podium. I know it's getting late, we're getting a little casual. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing everybody correctly. We know there's a tree there. It's protected, is what I also heard. So it can't be removed. So we do have a lot of challenges that we'll need to work through to overcome.
We have to align.
Yeah.
The stormwater runoff and the water in that area. So the culverts have to be addressed in some shape or form, because we do have to get engineering and DEM approval for that area.
Can I ask a question? So when the, I'm just gonna ask this, when the culvert under Dolly Park Road, Hog Hollow collapsed, our DPW did that in an emergency situation. Is this not an emergent? Can we not say this is an emergency situation? I mean, there's been severe drainage issues. We need to do something on that road because it's an absolute disaster. I mean, just go rip up the pipe and put another one in there. I mean, right now the culvert's not even flowing. I mean, you could do an excavator, do it in a couple days.
How long until it becomes an emergency situation?
Well, that's the issue.
Yeah.
That water, that road floods every year, like
Yeah.
the stream overtakes that road. So just put another pipe in there and paving the road, you're gonna eventually lose your new road.
We do have an action to go forward on this where we can get a bid when the time comes, because it sounds like it's a little early, but we're not too far off. So that way we can see what it's gonna cost and make decisions from there. So I think aside from having a work group physically go out and look in the trees and get our own engineering report done, sure, go ahead.
No, I know that the drainage issues impact KG Ranch. Cherry Lane, no, right? So I know it's not a main,
It's a short road.
it's a short road, it's not a major thoroughfare, but it's awful, and if we've got a small amount could get it done. I just want to clarify the drainage piece whether that's impacted there or not, so, okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would be inclined to at least, let's find out on what it would be to do KG Ranch. If you wanted to break it up into alternates somehow, you could do that. And let's find out what Cherry Lane would be. So at least I know it's subject to change over time, but at least we've got something to look at instead of sitting here guessing about how much it's gonna be.
Exactly.
And the other thing I could do, reach out to, you want pretty well with, stay in touch with a lot of the town. I can see if anybody's going for a recently pavement bid out that's current. Right
Yeah.
now, see what they come
they're
up with,
getting.
what the
Okay.
mileage,
Yeah.
get a number off the lengths and
Yeah.
go from there.
All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna go to the gentleman in the audience.
My name is Joe Bajara.
Yeah.
I have one question about the drainage issue is right in front of Mr. McGinnity's house, right? That's one of the.
That's one of the,
the town, I don't know who does the water, but the town just put a chlorination station in there. And it's got a generator, it's got propane tanks, it's all electric. It's in that flood where that drainage
Mhm.
is. So I don't know whether that's something that you might get money from them, because if that floods, that chlorination station is in the water.
Yeah, that may be a good option for our water department to at least look into to say.
It's right next to Mississippi.
Yeah, and I know it has to go there. All right. Sounds like we have a direction, but do you want to put it into a motion so we can actually direct town employees to do what we're asking them to do? Councilman?
Yeah, I was just thinking if we want to continue this discussion. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion to authorize our town staff to go out to bid for, well, I guess RFP, go out to bid, whatever the proper terminology is, for the Pine Hill Road chip sealing, Old Mountain Road, partial reclamation and full reclamation of the areas that need it. KG Ranch, that includes the recommendations from Pear Corporation. And also Cherry Lane.
Second. Any further council discussion?
Yeah, I just don't want to add it, depending on how this goes. I think we should discuss temporary solutions for some of these roads. We cannot
Mhm.
Remediate all of them.
Agree.
And Gary, I know you don't like doing them piecemeal, but you know,
Oh,
talking
I
presence.
understand what's going on now.
Hold on,
Okay.
let him finish first. I just wanted to.
No, that's it.
All right, you can go ahead.
You're fine.
No, it's like, I like I already did. To, well, figure it out, I did figure out the top of Old Mountain, I feel about it. I won't even go with the figures right now, so
Mhm.
they're gonna be so different than last year.
Right.
So,
Exactly. Thank you so much.
and one more thing too, we
Yeah.
gotta make sure, we gotta stick with the same roads we wanna do. Concentrate and get into and money and figure out. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep,
Councilor
thank you.
Calhoun, did I hear you wanted to? add?
Yeah, not too long ago, they did Bull Mountain Road down around that bend and going down a little bit. And when they did it, I knew it wasn't gonna last. And that was basically like, kind of like what you alluded to, that let's just do it, all right, to just get by to make it better. But then 10 years down the line or less, you have to redo it all over again. I mean, like I joked at the guys, I stopped and I said, geez, guys, there's no more original asphalt to this road. It's all patch now. So, there is some rationale behind it, but very little, because especially roads like Old Mountain Road and where you have that drainage problem, the water destroys the road. I don't care what you do, what you try and patch, if you don't do it right to get the water off the road, it destroys the road, especially come winter time. So, that idea of like doing a little here, a little there. Do like Forster does, they do one road a year, bingo, they do the whole thing, they get it done, they pay for it. Then the next year they do the same thing, they do another road, get it done. As long as we have a list of the roads that we feel are the worst ones in town, going by 1, 2, 3, just do it. And Gary, you beat me to the punch. You can check to see, all right, what the going rate is with what some of these other towns are doing right now, and kind of get a good guesstimation as to what it's gonna be. That'll help us.
Yeah.
Determine which road we should do first this year, and do it in its entirety and do it right the first time.
Thank you so much. So we do have our motion and our second. Any other council comments? All right, we'll go for a vote. Councilor Colasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. On to number 3, request of Councilor Madnick for discussion and consideration of restoration of the Richmond Environmental Resiliency Commission.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the May 19th meeting.
Second.
All
Oh,
right,
yes,
we'll
yes.
go for our roll call vote. Councilor Colasanti,
I think so, yes.
I think
Madnick,
he said yes.
Oh, yeah.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes.
I got excited and
All right.
done.
Yeah. A request of Councilor Madnick and Palmigano for a discussion consideration of vision approval to attend a meeting. I don't know who I'm turning this over to.
Well, just a question. I mean, I think obviously Vision's done their assessment. We want to have an opportunity to come before us, but do you think this is something we could push to the next meeting?
Well, I just think this is a very simple, do we request Vision to come and talk to us? And can we request that residents also submit questions for them?
Sure. Yeah, so, sometimes the simple becomes complex.
I don't know.
Well,
See?
What are your reservations with that?
See what happens.
If I understand your intention, but what you're gonna turn it into, if residents can submit questions to Vision, it's gonna be, why is my property X and my neighbor's property is Y? And there's a process for them to go through to make those requests and those appeals, and that's the appropriate avenue. I understand, but those aren't gonna, the questions you're gonna get is gonna be more like assessment appeal, not a, what was your methodology, what was your this, why is this high, why is this low?
so maybe we just leave it as what's on the agenda.
I think you just leave it as what's on the agenda, and if people hear and want to ask questions, like we normally do, I guess they could, but inviting questions is going.
Yeah, no, I understand. I was thinking, that if we did do that, would be opportunity to use our survey process where we might collate the questions only to give, Vision some understanding of what the topic areas might be. Not necessarily, like, because I would hate for them to come and say, oh, they're not prepared to discuss that, or they don't have that information, you know what I mean? So that was the only thought. But I think, I mean, I'm sure all of us get questions a lot from constituents that are asking, you know, the inconsistencies or the perceptions of inconsistency and how things are done. And I myself have called Vision to debate or request to debate my own assessment. And I can tell you that was not a fruitful conversation. It didn't go anywhere. I felt powerless to sway anything. So I think a lot of people feel that way. That was all. But if we want to have it just open season, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
There's a process beyond that. There's a process beyond that where you go before the board. Mr. Colasanti has served on that board. I've served on that board. And you can have your fellow residents decide whether your assessment is correct. So again, there's a method to their madness, so to speak. They're reevaluating the entire town statistically, not through inspections on the 3-year cycle. So that and explain some of the results and why there are these discrepancies neighborhood wide. I think that's all perfectly fine.
Okay.
But I do agree that if you open it up to questions, we're gonna get very specific questions about things that's not the right process for that. Erin, go ahead.
So we are contracted with Vision, so I did have a discussion to see if they would be, willing to come because their work is pretty much completed with us. And they would certainly be willing to do that. It will not be at the next meeting because our tax assessor is not available either, and I think he should be present. He did say in the area, and Hopkinton was also under a reevaluation, Charlestown. Richmond had the least amount of appointments and questions and inquiries on the reevaluations requested. Less than 70 individuals requested appointments to discuss the reevaluation, and that was not the case in the other towns. So there wasn't a lot of reach out there. So I think if if we did open it up for questions, that process has already taken place. So I don't want the residents to think that this is another opportunity when that timeline is but they'd be more than willing to come out and discuss how the process works.
Give us a presentation, a teaching opportunity for us and the public, because it'll be on YouTube, and that would be great. But do we actually have a motion on the side of it?
Well, so
Sure, go ahead.
people will still be able to ask questions at that meeting.
Of the process.
That's the decision of the council, respectfully. I'm sorry, but that's our decision, because if somebody has a question, I call on them. If I say no, you guys can just make a motion to override. If I say yes, you guys can make a motion to override. So
No, I just need
it's our decision.
Oh, plus, okay, when you get the, Madam President, when we got the notice in the mail for the revaluation, there was specific instructions that if you had any questions about this, you could directly call Vision. So there was a process right there that if somebody wanted to say, hey, look, what's going on? I don't think this is right. They already had the opportunity to call. What's the deadline on that anyway?
I don't know offhand. March.
Yeah, so, it's passed, now the next avenue they can go to is the Tax Assessment Board of Review at this point.
Could we have a motion on this item, please? Getting late, need some kind of
Yeah,
action.
motion to request vision appraisal to attend a future town council meeting to discuss the details and methodology of the reevaluation process along with insight into current housing market conditions.
Second.
All right, any further council discussion? All right,
We-
let's go for, go ahead, Counselor Calafanti, you gotta ask permission.
Can we
You're
make
getting a
sure
little.
it's on late agenda? Because it could be, you know what I'm getting at, right, Dan?
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we can wait, we got a nice late agenda for that.
No.
Yeah, right. Good luck.
All right, let's go for our roll call vote. Counselor Calasanti,
Yes.
Madnick,
Yes.
Moshano.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
and Wilcox, yes. Sorry, we do have counsel in the office, in the audience, waiting for our executive session, so I'm trying to be a little respectful here. But we are on our last item, I believe, yes, a request from myself for discussion consideration of a resolution opposing the state aid funding proposed by the Blue Ribbon Commission. Council has talked about this a few times, going back to budget season for the school and the omnibus meeting, it was brought up there. At the time, there was no bill in play for a long time until I had said last meeting that there was no bill. And then a constituent very nicely texted me after the fact and said, here's that bill that was submitted 2 days ago. And I said, okay, thank you. So it's things move fast, things happen. And although we've been hearing that it may not go anywhere, Exeter did do a resolution in support of this. So I don't want to leave our representatives in a position where they have a positive resolution from Exeter and not a opposition resolution from us, because that is their job to advocate for their communities and they need to hear this. So I put together this information with information actually provided by the school. I want to thank Vice President Reynolds for giving me a proofread and some more information that he added to it. Does council have any questions, additions, or should I just throw into? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so I know Councilor Calzani has brought this up a lot. I agree with a lot of what he says about this. It's funny, the communities that support it are the ones that are going to get more money. The
Yep.
ones that don't support are the ones that are gonna get less. And the one thing I wanted to talk to the council about this when I read through it. I don't have a detailed understanding of how the appropriations and school funding formula works. An expert, I barely even read it, so I'm very ignorant. However, if they change the funding formula, at the bare minimum, we should have a level of effort funding where we don't lose what we're already getting. You could gain, but you can't go below what you already have, because that's gonna throw us, as Councilor Calasanti says, into chaos.
Yeah.
So one of the things, and maybe there's lawyers speaking here that I don't quite understand. One of the things I wanted to add to this, to the second page, probably number 7, is that towns or maybe districts that are set to lose funding do not lose funding. And they are set at the minimum level that they currently allocated. Just want to get council's thoughts on that. That's my only comment.
Yeah, I have a response
Well,
to that. Because if you don't mind, I did attend the hearing. I wasn't able to stay too long to speak on when it was heard, but that is something that they're proposing. What the sponsors of the bill are saying is that that's not our decision. We're just presenting this to you. And if you want to create a separate fund to help the communities that are losing, if you have the money to do that, then you can. So they're kind of like, so they're considering it. So I think that that's a great addition. Actually, sorry, I didn't leave it out. I didn't include it in the first place because I wholeheartedly agree.
But then.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
But then their creation of a new funding formula is flawed right from the get-go. I've read this. Have you read this, Dan? You can get it online.
Parts of it.
Okay, I've read this thing 3 times. And I've got good blood pressure, but when I'm done, my wife puts a cup on me, all right, and I'm off the charts. I mean, this is ridiculous. 7.7 million they want to take away from Charahoe, and they want to give it to Woonsocket, Providence, Pawtucket, all the great school systems that, I mean, faltering, and ours is the better one. They should actually be looking at us and saying, well, geez, we should use them as an example. All right, you know what I mean? If we start taking funds away, we can end up with a Providence down over there, you know, which we would. I mean, there's no way the school system would be able to survive without the 7.7 million. So with that being said, I agree with the resolution, sending it, but sometimes these resolutions really, I mean, look at all the resolutions we have. We read them, yeah, we support them, we sign off, we file them. What I'd like to do is invite Mr. David Cicilline to come here and speak and give us his rationale. He was the head of this committee. He heard all the discussions. We can have some nice questions ready for him. All right, and hear it right from the horse's mouth. All right, how the hell they came up with this. So I would like to, add that we could invite Mr. Cicilline here, all right, to speak before the council and give us a quick overview of the rationale behind this, and we'll be ready with some nice questions. How do you feel about that, council?
It'd have to be a motion.
Okay, I make that a motion that, we invite Mr. David Cicilline, all right, to a council meeting to discuss the Blue Ribbon Committee's revamping of the school funding program.
Second.
Any council discussion? Go ahead.
I would just say this, I mean, you can certainly invite him and he'll come and give you his talking points, but at this point, it's not his decision. I mean, he's put this forward and he's pushing it. I think we need to focus on the General Assembly because they're the ones that are gonna enact this or not, or, save it for another time, which I think is the most likely thing this year. So I'm not opposed to bringing him down here, but I think we need to keep our eye on who the decision makers are. And at this point, he's not one of them.
Well,
Hold on one moment,
Okay, sorry.
because
Go
we make sure that everyone gets this.
Yep.
No, and I don't disagree with bringing it. I just think we also need to focus on getting this,
Well, what ends up happening.
Hold on one moment.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
You have to wait till you get permission because
sorry.
you've already spoken on this motion. So I think we want to make sure other people don't. I know I do, but I don't see anybody else. I don't know if it's a valuable use of our time to bring him here, like, because as Councilor Reynolds says, he's not the decision maker. I think we need to be in touch with our with the people who are directly making the decision. I sometimes look at our loaded agendas. I'm looking at us coming late tonight, and if he were to come, would want it to be very structured and very efficient and very time sensitive, because I just don't know what we'd have to gain because the decision's not with him anymore. So for the sake of time, I wouldn't want to invite him down, but that's just me. But I would like to get back to the resolution as well when we're done with the motion. Councilor Palmigano.
Yeah, just to understand, if, for example, Councilor Reynolds had said this might not fly this year, if it doesn't, does that mean they'll revisit it next year? And would Mr. Cicilline be in charge of that next year? So therefore, hearing from us now might be advantageous.
You could, yeah, we don't know if he would do, if he would push it
Because
forward
if
again.
he's gonna take $7 million from us,
Yeah.
come and talk with us.
And
Okay.
throwing a few
Yeah.
more 2 cents too. It's like, the General Assembly, he's gonna go and sit before the General Assembly. And he is actually going to influence their decision because he was the head of the committee. Even though they're the body, they're gonna make the ultimate decision. They're actually gonna have him sit before them and go through this, and they're gonna ask him questions. So David still has a lot to do with this. And before he actually goes before the General Assembly to give them his testimony, I would like to bring him here so that way he could, talk to us and just see, really what a problem that would be.
Sure, go ahead,
I'll
Councilor.
stay. He's already done that.
Yep.
But, I realized as Councilor Colasanti was talking, in our communications, we got an email from David Cicilline asking us for our feedback. So I wholeheartedly think we should take him up on that. So I support Councilor Colasanti's recommendation.
Thank you.
All right, you guys have changed my mind. Can we go for our vote now? We'll go for our roll call vote. Councilor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. All right, so back to the resolution. I'll make a motion to approve our resolution with the addition of number 7 in the be it further resolved section to add just another sentence that would say commit to a maintenance of effort for all municipalities.
Second.
Any council discussion on our resolution with the amendment?
I think it's good.
All right, we will go for our roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Any other actions on this item?
No.
All right, can we have a motion to file, or anybody have any pull?
Motion
All right, motion to file.
to file communications, proclamations, and resolutions from other Rhode Island cities and towns.
Thank you, Mark.
We'll go for our roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Why do you always have to start with me? Can you break it up a little bit here? Start with Ian on the other end.
Yes.
Counselor Madnick. Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Wilcox. Yes, and Colasanti.
Yes.
All right.
Vote.
Thank you.
Motion to enter executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4246-5A2, pending litigation. Carlson versus Town of Richmond and GD Richmond Beaver River LLC versus Town of Richmond.
For the record, offline, he said it was okay. I start with him because Robert's rules say you go alphabetical. So, Counselor Colasanti, how do you vote?
Yeah.
Or you can pass, and we'll go back to you. Madnick.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes.
Thank you.
We're good? All right, can we please have a motion to return from executive session?
So moved.
Second?
All right, we'll go for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madden.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. Motion to seal the executive session minutes.
So moved.
Second?
All right, we'll for a vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madden.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
And Wilcox, yes. There were a couple votes taken in executive session. I'm gonna ask our town administrator to please read them for me.
Motion to authorize Attorney Daniels to renegotiate, submit the re-argument, the Supreme Court regarding the, case number.
Oh, you want the case number?
I got it away.
In connection with SU 2023-0214-MP and SU 2023-0214- SU 2023-0219-MP.
And that was a 4-1 vote with Counselor Colasanti opposing, all others approving. Second motion was to reject the settlement offer of Mr. Carlson. And that was a unanimous.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We've got it all. Can we have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved. Moved.
All right, we have a motion. Can you give us a second?
Of course.
All right, we'll for a roll call vote. Counselor Colasanti.
Yes.
Madden.
Yes.
Palmigano.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.